much.
Live stream is still loading.
Okay, never mind. We can start.
Oh, started. Live started.
You have to let me in on my other device, otherwise my video will not be on. Okay. All right. Is Madam in?
Yeah, I don't know.
Betty, just check, is Madam BC in?
Ma'am, I'm just setting up the live stream. Yukti,
I guess yes. Yeah, she was there. She did say. She did say.
Welcome, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Betty, then we can start.
Yeah, ma'am. Just a minute. I'm.
Tell Ishita or Himali to do that. You start with the proceedings, please.
Ma'am, unfortunately, only I can activate the live stream. Just give me 2 minutes, ma'am. I'll finish that.
But it, I got that message that this is being live streamed. Betty.
Yes, ma'am. That as soon as I click on it, it comes as
Yeah. And
comes
yesterday,
activated.
I was seeing most of the time on YouTube after the
Okay.
inauguration,
Okay.
and it was much clearer and very nice to look into that.
2 minutes, ma'am. It's getting done.
We are 4 minutes late, Betty. I think we should just start. That
Hanji.
can wait. This you should start, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Just need to see everybody. Okay. So welcome everyone to day 2 of the International Conference on Education, ICE2. We will begin today with the inauguration of the conference proceedings, which will be immediately followed by the keynote session. As you're aware, the session is being live streamed via YouTube for those who are unable to join us on Zoom. Before we begin with the ceremony, I invite Dr. Pankaj Kumar, Assistant Professor, National Institute of Empowerment for Persons with Visual Disabilities, to please share the guidelines for the CRE participants. Dr. Pankaj, if you please do the needful.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. As we know that this is a CRE program, the Continuing Rehabilitation Education Program. The status has been given by the Rehabilitation Council of India. So the major participants of this program are registered rehabilitation professionals. So we are expecting some of the regulation for them, and we are expecting that that they should learn through this program and educate themselves. And this is very essential to be aware with some new knowledge, new practices, new methodology, new modalities. So the two main thing is expected from each and every participant, that presence or attendance in each and every session is compulsory, and they must give their attendance, virtual attendance or digital attendance is recorded automatically. So I'm requesting all the participants to be present throughout the session, in each and every session. And the second is they have to secure 70% marks in the assessment, which will be conducted after each and every session. So after each and every session, we are expecting that each and every participant will participate in the assessment program, which is the link for the assessment will be shared to them, and they have to secure 70% marks. However, we will offer a alternate exam assessment provisions for those who will secure less marks in the assessment. Only one chance, additional chance will be given to them. Thank you so much, and I'm hopeful that all the participants will learn here, and with the able guidance of our Director, Dr. Himanshu Das sir, and Professor Sujata Bhan madam, who has conceived this program with so many objective and outcomes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now, without further ado, let's begin the inauguration ceremony by standing for the university song. I request everyone, wherever possible, to please stand. Miss Yukti, please play the track. Thank you, Ms. Yukti, and thank you, participants. You may resume your seats. I have been given the honor to introduce to you our head of the department, Professor Sujata Bhan, the wheelhouse of our department. Professor Bhan considers DSC as her second home. Little wonder though, considering her more than 28 years of association with the department. 2018, the department reverberated with a new dynamism and determination to make a difference. When Ma'am took charge as the head of the department, with her as the coxswain to the DSC boat, we successfully organized our very first international conference, ICE1, in 2019, and repeated the success with a national conference in 2020. The pandemic could not lock us down. Led by Professor Bhan's enthusiasm, we conducted in July 2020 the first of many more to come webinars and virtual mini conferences, both for student enrichment and faculty development. Ma'am's drive and determination is not limited to our department. Currently, she's relentlessly working at the national level, being involved in various policy-making decisions related to rehabilitation of persons with disabilities. She has made the department and the university proud by working assiduously on many international projects. Under her leadership, DSC is reaching for newer and newer heights. Professor Bhan, ma'am, please share with us your welcome address.
Thank you, Betty, for those kind words. Well, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the Department of Special Education, SNDT Women's University, Juhu campus, and National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Visual Disabilities to the inaugural ceremony of our second International Conference in Education, ICE2, on the theme, Global Challenges in Education, Resilience and Reinvention, given the CRE status by our regulatory body, Rehabilitation Council of India, a statutory body under Government of India. We have taken this opportunity to commemorate 75 years of India's independence under the call given by our Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji, Amrit Mahotsav. And what better way than being global and yet local? Our Vice Chancellor of SNDT Women's University, Professor Ujjwala Chakradev, unfortunately cannot join us today, but she has sent her greetings to our chief guest, Madam Upadhyay, and other dignitaries, and wishes her best of luck for our conference. At the foremost and the onset, I take this opportunity to welcome our honorable chief guest, Professor Amy Upadhyay, Vice Chancellor of Baba Saheb Ambedkar Open University, Ahmedabad. I've had the privilege of interacting with you, madam, on several occasions and have always admired you for your wisdom, grace, eloquence, and down-to-earth attitude. We are really grateful that you accepted our invitation. Pandemic has actually made all learning distance learning, so none other than yourself can throw some light on the innovative solutions to address the challenges in education we face today. Looking forward to your presidential address, ma'am. Welcome once again. I'm very happy to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Richard Rose, Professor Emeritus, Northampton University, UK. Professor Richard is not only an eminent academician, but also a Gandhian and more Indian than many of us here. Our association with him goes a long way. Thanks a ton for your support, always, Richard, sir. I would love to welcome our patron, Dr. Himanshu Das, Director of National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Visual Disabilities. He was instrumental in the huge success of our first international conference in 2019. And this time round, again, I approached him first, and instantly he offered his support. I'm truly inspired by your dynamism, and thank you immensely for always supporting us in all our academic endeavors at national and international level. Thank you. I extend a warm welcome to our own Dr. Ashish R. Phanat, Director, Innovation, Incubation and Linkages, SNDT Women's University. Sir, I appreciate your appreciation for our department, and that makes you a very special guest for us. Thank you for connecting with us while you're busy in travel. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Last but not the least, I want to welcome all the very senior professionals in the field of rehabilitation of persons with disabilities who have guided and mentored me and my faculty at Department of Special Education in all our academic activities and initiatives. Your presence and your blessings really mean a lot to us. You all are our role models to continue doing meaningful work and being a part of the change that we want to see. Thank you so much, forever grateful. Now, a few words about this conference. This pandemic of COVID-19 has adversely affected education. While the educational community worked hard to preserve and maintain the learning continuum during the time, students had to depend more on their resources and to continue learning remotely by means of the internet, TV, radio, etc. Teachers had to adjust to new pedagogical concepts and modes of delivery of teaching for which actually they were not prepared. But they all surprised us by their resilience, by coming in the forefront and being the frontline warriors, just like the medical professionals. They take it upon themselves that our children's education should not suffer, and more so the children who come from the marginalized section of society who are not having access to digital resources, but they found innovative methods of reaching out to them and prevent their further lag in education. Though the challenges faced by educators worldwide are very similar, yet they're contextual in many ways. We thought it is the right time to bring in international perspective to address the challenges thrown by the pandemic and hear what has worked in different places. And we organized this conference with the objective to appraise the global challenges in education, to get a worldwide view of teacher resilience, to cope with the educational challenges during the pandemic, to share the best practices of teacher reinvention to meet the global challenges in education. With that, I would like to, again welcome other people in the audience. We have distinguished educators from across the world, and their sessions are chaired by the who's who of our own Indian education fraternity. We also have many academic papers being presented on the final day of the conference in parallel sessions, where the best paper will be awarded with a special certificate. So we have an action-packed 3 days of academic fiesta. I'm sure all the participants will benefit a great deal in this platform of sharing and learning. A warm welcome to one and all once again. Thank you very much. Over to you, Betty.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request my colleague, Dr. Apurva Panshikar, Assistant Professor and Senior Faculty Member, to please do us the honor of introducing our chief guest for today. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Betty. A very good afternoon to everyone attending this conference, and a special thanks to the chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Babasaheb Ambedkar Open University, Professor Ami Upadhyay. So it is indeed my honor and privilege to introduce Professor Ami Upadhyay to the august audience here. Professor Ami Upadhyay is member of numerous academic committees. Just to name a few, she's a member of the Search and Selection Committee for Vice Chancellors, Advisory Committee of NAC, Governing Council of Association of Indian Universities, and of committees constituted by the Education Department of Government of Gujarat to decide action plan for 5 years to enhance quality of education in Gujarat, and many more. Through her involvement in these committees, we can witness a significant contribution to policymaking. Under her leadership, she has initiated implementation of National Education Policy 2020 by launching various Sanskrit language courses at Babasaheb Ambedkar Open University, this taking us back to our roots. Of her numerous achievements, a few warrant a definite mention. She has been awarded the Best Vice Chancellor of Open and Distance Learning. She has also been conferred a Lifetime Achievement Award by All India Professional Congress for exemplary contribution in the field of art and education. The list of her achievements and her contributions to the academic fraternity are numerous, and very difficult to give you in concise in these 2 or 3 minutes that have been awarded to me to introduce Madam Vice Chancellor, Professor Ami Upadhyay. Ma'am, it is indeed a pride for us at SNDT Women's University and the National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Visual Disabilities, Divyangjan, to get an opportunity to be with you. Ma'am, we welcome you to this international conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, Dr. Panchikar. I now request PC Madam to please share her thoughts with us.
Thank you very much. It's a matter of really great pleasure and privilege to be a part of this international conference as a chief guest. I'm very thankful to Professor Sujata ji for inviting me, making me a part of this conference. Honorable guests, in absence of, in absentia, or Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Ujjwala ji, the speakers and co-panelists, it's really a matter of pleasure. Wonderful, the topic that has been chosen, and that's so apt, so relevant. And I would connect this topic with two things at a time. First, when India has been observed academically across the globe by launching of National Education Policy 2020, which talks about gross enrollment ratio, GER, 50%, from maybe 27 to 50%. Second, it talks about inclusive education, emphasizes a lot on inclusive education. Third, it talks about use of technology in education. And fourth, it talks about blended education. It talks about many more things, but first I would talk about four things, because there comes people at marginalized level and people at periphery, how to bring them in center in a common stream, mainstream. So as the sponsors, participants are from that area, I would be talking more about it. First of all, when it comes to gross enrollment ratio, open and distance learning would play a very vital role. Unfortunately, global challenge, open distance universities across globe, they are appreciated a lot. Open distance learning appreciated a lot. No doubt, Corona has changed a little bit of perception of people, but still in India, a lot of change is required in changing perception about open and distance learning. Second, when we talk about use of technology and blended learning, at that time also, global challenges, if in 4 or 5 minutes I have to summarize it, first is somewhere we have failed to reach to unreached. We have not succeeded 100%. We need to work a lot in that case, reach to unreached. On one hand, we are very reluctant about approval for open distance learning, online learning. If we have a glance over international organizations, institutes out of India, there are so many open learning platforms. No doubt here we have UGC SWAYAM doing very well, but I would suggest that to increase GER, to reach to unreached, to have more inclusive education, I think every state should have parallel open learning MOOC platform like SWAYAM. For example, SWAYAM have SWAYAM has very limited languages. They have introduced 9 languages, but still they have not succeeded in it, UGC. So in that case, I would suggest that every state should have their own individual learning platform to reach to unreached, where the courses, programs in regional languages, they should be available. They should be made available. Secondly, types of courses. I'm not talking about only programs. For example, Ambedkar University gives admission in courses also. Single course paper, one can get admission. I think now India should focus more on credit transfer, and that too course-wise. Why every university, every institute can give admission in whatever choice of the learner, And that particular MOOC platform state-wise will have a lot of contribution from all the higher education institutes across that state. For example, when Gujarat will have such kind of platform, Ambedkar Open University, Teachers University, Children's University, Sports University, Sanskrit University, they will prepare wonderful electives from their trust area and submit, deposit it with that particular platform. So learner can. Again, the challenge is national education policy talks about vocational, professional and skill development, skill training through open distance learning. But still in India, the policy makers or approval authorities, they are reluctant about it. Now the time has changed. If we have a glance over Korea, Japan, developed countries, US, all of them have a lot of skill courses. I think it is very important, and especially when we talk about marginalized people, they need to be financially independent. Skills, vocational training will play a vital role. I'm a classical dancer and choreographer. I have observed that I have the huge number of learners now learning classical dance through open distance learning and this online platforms. If dance and music also can be taught, theater is also can be taught, why not other skills? So I think skill learning through such platform is very important. So types of courses, variety of courses, huge variety of courses. At our university, we are to launch cooking, driving, boutique, fashion designing, everything we are in process of launching for the women. Not only that women would be taught driving, but there would be placement also from our university. So I think we have been working for transgenders also. More than 100 transgenders have, they have got registered and they're getting placement also. So first is type of content, types of courses we need to work. Second, how shall we reach to them? So reaching to them, having maximum number of centers, maximum number of platforms, that is very important. Third, quality of the courses. Who prepares? Then, very minute observation of that quality, that is very important. I think these are the challenges, and the content somewhere not only at national level, whatever we share through open educational resources, OER, we should make that content available across the globe. That will save money also, that will save time also, and that will make our Indian resources reach to other countries' resources also, and we will have vice versa help from the other countries also. The topic is such a wonderful topic that 4-5 minutes, I think it may require 5 hours. But I congratulate the organizers for conducting international conference, also organizing international conference on so apt and so relevant topic. I welcome all the organizers and participants to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar State Open University of Gujarat. Under Atri Special Learner Centers, we have done a lot of efforts. We have put a lot of efforts with all concerns and very happily for the transgenders, sex workers, disabled, jail inmates. We would be very happy to share it with you. Do come, do visit our university. My mail ID, my contact details would be available through Sujata ji also. It is available on our website also. Sujata ji, thank you very much. It was really a pleasure to be a part of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, VC Madam, for those really enlightening words, I must say. It's a pleasure and honor to have you here. Dr. Panchikar ma'am.
Unmute yourself, Apurva. Yes. We can't hear you, Mrs. Panchikar, Dr. Panchikar.
I think maybe her network is...
Yeah, never mind. You can thank and we can proceed. Yeah, we can carry on. Just thank ma'am.
All right. So thank you, VC Madam, for taking the time I know from probably a very extensively busy schedule to be with us here and share your thoughts. We really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Panchkar.
And we will take your invitation very seriously, and we would love to see all the great work that is happening in your university, particularly in the context of inclusive education. It's very heartening to know what all you're doing. So I'm sure we'll plan a trip soon to visit your university. Thank you.
Eagerly waiting.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes.
Please excuse me, I got a sudden bout of coughing and that's kind of set my voice off. Right. So moving on, I now request my colleague, Ms. Himali Gada, Assistant Professor and PhD Scholar, to please introduce our guest of honor. Ms. Himali, handing you the mic.
Thank you so much, Betty ma'am. A warm welcome to everyone. It's an honor to introduce Dr. Ashish R. Panath, Director of Innovation, Incubation and Linkages, a professional with over 32 years of experience in the field of general administration, teaching, curriculum development, research and development, and operational excellence. He has been merited of being credited with a published biodata in Marquis Who's Who 2009 and 2010. Dr. Ashish Panath has won the Golden Educationist of India Award 2013 by International Institute of Education and Management, Delhi. So we welcome you to this international conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please unmute yourself. Honor to have you. Yes.
Hello, everybody, and I'm very sorry for inconvenience at all from my side. I'm
Not
in the
at all.
transit.
Not at all.
Thank you very much. It has been a great pleasure to be here and honor to be here on this platform. Honorable chief guest of today's function, all honorable and respected dignitaries and scholars across the globe. It's a wonderful topic to really talk about, and this is something very essential for us. I very strongly believe in the fact that we are all the students of the school of life, and hence we by blood we are students. Second thing is that education is a continuous process. It is a evolvable process wherein we are really trying to evolve, and the nature has really posed a challenge to us now to test. And I certainly feel that I must admire and appreciate Indian teachers community that they have shown their spirit to come up and adapt to the situation and really perform to their best. And that is what is seen in the scenario. As far as the whole education process is concerned, I certainly feel that since independence, we have been following that concept of compartmentalizing the education. And in that process, we tried to disintegrate the things. And then we started increasing the distances and the streams were separated apart. Whereas the national education policy, which has been introduced by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Ji Modi and his team, has given a great hope now for us that they are trying to understand, and I mean, they are trying to implement the policy wherein there will be integration of the education. They will now decompartmentalize it. Second thing is that what I understand, as Honorable Chief Guest Madam has also said, that we are more emphasizing on skill education, skill-based education. So, I mean, practical approach to the education is a matter of concern for us. Now, what I certainly feel in the education field, we were believing in the fact that we want to imbibe the education and knowledge in the brains of the people, but otherwise we need to trigger it. And now, since we are in the technology era, we will have to learn the skill of triggering the education, because the education is imbibed in, it is already there in the brain. We need to just trigger it and it will be manifested. That is what Swami Vivekananda ji has also said, that the education is the manifestation of the hidden knowledge and information. So keeping all these things in mind, the India is heading to a very great time ahead. And we are definitely approaching to a startup concept also. We are emphasizing on entrepreneurship and all. and the whole education. I mean, in past, we were addressing segment-wise the education, but if you see the project, any project in nature, you will find that all the streams are required to contribute into it. So hereafter, there will be no specific, stream specific project. It will be a integrated project wherein all streams will contribute into it. So keeping these all things in mind, I certainly feel that it will be a great time ahead in education system. And I applaud for the teaching community across the globe that they have really took up the challenge, shown the resilience, and they have adopted. So revealing, adapting, creating, and implementing. These are the things which we need to learn and continue with. Thank you very much, organizing committee. I must congratulate you for organizing such a wonderful conference, bringing all these scholars together. And thanks a lot for it.
Thank you so much, sir, for removing your precious time and sharing your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Panat and Ms. Semali. I would like to now invite my colleague, Ms. Yukti Gupta, Assistant Professor and PhD Scholar, to introduce our patron, Dr. Himanshu Das.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure and honor to introduce Dr. Himanshu Das. Dr. Himanshu Das, one of the youngest and most dynamic directors of National Institutes. Currently, he is the director of National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Visual Disabilities, NIEP BD, Dehradun, under Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. He is also and director of Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay National Institute for People with Physical Disabilities. He has been director of many national institutes in the past. He is responsible for bringing NIEP MD, that is National Institute Empowerment of Persons with Multiple Disability, and National Institute of Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disability at the center stage of rehabilitation services for persons with disabilities, and has been instrumental in establishing composite regional centers for persons with disabilities in many states. He brings with him over 23 years of extensive experience in the field of disability rehabilitation, from clinical, administrative, policy level, research work, and academic perspectives. He plays a significant role for various committees of RCI, Government of India, and Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disability, DEP, WD under MSJ and E-Government of India, in the areas of schemes, policies, research, and curriculum development, etc. He has comprehensive proficiency at government and non-government, grassroots, and high level of management for both academic and service delivery aspects of disability rehabilitation. Dr. Das is passionately driven for empowerment, inclusion, quality of life, and empathetic services for individuals with special needs. It's my really big honor to introduce Dr. Das, and over to you, sir.
Thank you, Yukti. Sir, I invite you to make your presidential remarks.
Namaskar, everyone. It's indeed a great pleasure to be introduced to such a very, very distinguished crowd. This was a dream project of Department of Special Education, SNDT University, and the National Institute for Persons with Visual Disability, which today is happening after a huge series of maybe efforts and meetings and online, so many discourses amongst the staff of these two institutions. I'm very hopeful all our participants will greatly benefit from this program, and I must acknowledge Rehabilitation Council of India for giving us the continued rehab education accreditation for this very special international program. It was indeed a great pleasure, ma'am, listening to the Vice Chancellor, our chief guest, Professor Amy Upadhyay ji, on her take on distance and part-time education. I firmly believe in you, ma'am, and I hope after your today's speech, people would start looking at distance education from a different perspective, which I strongly feel it's high time that we abide by or we follow in your footprints, ma'am. It was big pleasure to listen to our guest of honor, Dr. Ashish Panatji, Director of SNDT. And I also owe a lot to the Vice Chancellor of SNDT University, Professor Ujjwala Chakradharji, and the patrons of this program, my colleague Sujata Bhan Madam, and Professor Research Rose from University of Northampton. It's a big pleasure, and the list is so long. If I talk about people, we have got such a long list. 10 minutes will go on repeating the names only. I can only tell you globally, I think there are very few resource persons which may have been left out by this team of experts that we have chosen out. Nationally, I can say we have got very huge list of experts, those who will be associating with us as resource persons or as chairpersons, and internationally very, very acclaimed. We have over around 10 experts from different countries who would be working with us for this whole conference. In the history of RCI and continued rehab education program, getting such pool of resource person is a huge challenge, and I must congratulate both the teams and the organizers for making it possible. Our challenge today during COVID and post-COVID, as rightly said by the guest of honor and also by the chief guest, relates to amalgamation of the policies and implementation for inclusion of persons with disabilities, because I work for persons with disabilities. We are not able to realize yet that it is for everyone, by everyone. That includes every department, every NGO, every family, and every individual who can make things happen when you talk of educational resilience and reinvention in education. Today, we are heading through screening, early intervention, healthcare, education, rehabilitation, therapeutic services, employment, and community living for persons with disabilities in a holistic manner. Now, the state, the center, the district, the block, the panchayat, the village, and the ward, the NGOs, the self-help group, the CSR company social responses, and individual social responsibilities. We term it as ISR. So today, during this COVID and post-COVID, we have seen that not only CSR, but ISR is also becoming very, very important. Now, for leadership and participation is the second issue that we are suffering from if we have to reinvent. For that, for persons with disabilities, we wish all our participants after the CRE would go back and maybe reflect on how much effort the government has taken and what is the outcome and why it is still becoming a challenge. We have taken effort on scholarships, huge scholarship, including scholarship abroad. Reservation is a huge thing that we are offering to persons with disabilities, both in education and in employment. We have got a lot of provisions for development of equity these days. We are working on accessibility. We are promoting role models and trying to work on attitude and response of persons with disabilities and their family to disabilities. And we are also working on resilience separately and advocacy and self-advocacy. Having said that, still we feel that the world is not good enough, especially countries like India. If you look at the UNICEF Decade Report 2011-2020, the status of education for persons with disabilities, children with disabilities in India is one of the worst across the whole globe. Now, why and how such things are happening? And especially after this COVID time, we have realized the challenges are much more as regards a developing nation goes. So how the Indians and the Indian agencies are responding to COVID and this global development is a very interesting phenomenon to be studied. I'll quote you a small example of my own institute, the National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Visual Disability. We have got a school, a CBSE school for the blind, which runs up to class 12th. For so many years, this school was nowhere. And because of this COVID, we got one day a letter from CBSE that rated us one of the best schools of this country. So this became an advantage for the whole blind community. That time we realized that while online classes were going on, we got a level playing ground. We got a level playing ground because we did not have so much of an infrastructure to be competing with so-called big public schools, which had been topping the list for so many decades now. Now, all the presenters and participants, resource persons, I bow to all of you for being part of this very special program. And I hope in time to come, with the aid of the RPWD Act and NEP 2020, early intervention, education, rehabilitation, skilling, employment, and inclusion of persons with disabilities will be part of core agenda of everything that we do, whether it's a regular university, regular college, or a regular school, or whatever programs that the government would be running. I once again thank all of you for being part of this very special program. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. Your sharing was really valuable. Yes, we do agree that leadership quality that we are all looking for is required. At the same time, the reflections and the outcomes that all CRE participants need to do is again needed when it comes to pandemic. At the same time, we are really moving towards inclusion, where we are trying to have reservations for persons with disability in the sector of education as well as in the sector of employment. And at the same time, we are also moving towards accessibility, which is again plays very important role in the lives of persons with disability. And so you're sharing, it's always pleasure to hear you. So we can hear you like from morning till evening, and we are always like ready to hear you. And thank you for your sharing, sir. Thank you so much. Over to you, Betty.
Thank you, Dr. Himanshu Das and Ms. Yukti. Right, so it's almost time to conclude the ceremony, and we're running a bit late. So very quickly, I invite all the participants to please switch on your camera for a group photograph. We'd like to have a picture to create a memory of this session with all our distinguished guests and our chief guests, our guests of honor, as well as our patron and the seniors in the field. And I request our in-house photographers to please do the needful.
Not to forget the vote of thanks before we conclude the inaugural ceremony.
I thought it would be better to take the photograph first.
I understand that, yes. Okay, done. Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Yukti.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to our photographers. Before we conclude the session itself, I would like to invite my colleague, Ms. Sachu Ramalingam, Assistant Professor and PhD Scholar, to please give the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Betty, for inviting me to do this most honorable hat that I get to wear to propose the vote of thanks for this inaugural session of the International Conference on Global Challenges in Inclusive Education, and the sub-theme we all are quite aware of as Dr. Ban, the HOD of the Department of Special Education, SNDT Women's University, has already elaborated. We had the fortune of hearing from our Vice Chancellor, Professor M.E. Upadhyay, how important the year 2021 has brought into us the importance of skill development, be it in distance education or be it in the university education mode. And it just was able to connect the dots as to how the B.Ed and the M.Ed in special education has been a skill-based program for years, and how the skill-based program of B.Ed and M.Ed in special education, of which many of the professionals who are attending the CRE program from today to the 4th have been able to transfer these acquired skills through this teacher education program to the children with special needs, so that inclusion happens at the ground level, be it in a special school or be it in an inclusive school. Thank you so much, Madam, for this wonderful highlight. Our guest of honor, Dr. Ashish Panet, brought to us the focus of how each one of us need to be a student of University of Life, where we all learn until we drop down. And beyond that, the focus of being able to achieve what we want across any university through the credit systems that has been introduced through the National Education Policy. Thank you so much, sir. We had the fortune of having our own Vice Chancellor, Professor Ujwala, yesterday, and she had elaborated on how important the sensitivity of teachers to be able to adapt to the requirement of the situation, be it a pandemic, and how the teaching fraternity from the education sector, including the special educators, have risen to this need of the pandemic, which has never been unheard, nor did we have a skill set separately for it, but each one wore the creative hat, and we all have risen to the occasion. And I fondly thank her for the words that she had left us with, and her presence today, fondly remembered. Our own patron of, and our fondly remembered Dr. Himanshu Das, who is the director of National Institute for the Visually Disabled, has been in the sector for so many years, and for the last 23-25 years we have witnessed the leadership that he has given direction to, and today he has set the note of the direction in which the field of special education and inclusive education have to go, and all of us have taken clues from it. Thank you, Dr. Himanshu Das. I also acknowledge the presence of all our experts for today's session, whom we are going to hear from the international and national scenario. Just to take a few names: Professor Ritva, Professor Maria, Professor Richard Dorje, Professor Elizabeth Dalton, just to mention a few of them. And to make these wonderful sessions of the afternoon enliven with their scholarly presence, we have wonderful chairpersons who have contributed to the national scenario as chairpersons: Professor Sudesh Mukhopadhyay, Dr. Jayanti Narayanan, Dr. Kuni Viviana, and Dr. Aloka Guha, and Anupam Ahuja. These are just a few names that we are taking today, but dear delegates, thank you for having signed up for this wonderful international conference, and I request you not to miss a minute of this wonderful conference. In fact, in an innovative way, as designed by Dr. Sujata Ban and her team of excellent faculty, have kept it in the second half so that we can take full advantage of it. I thank all the non-administrative staff of the Department of Special Education who have contributed to make this event a grand takeoff today. And not to mention our wonderful faculty who have burnt their midnight oil as usual. I again would love to, extend my gratitude to the Rehabilitation Council of India for having given us this wonderful CRE status, so that all the professionals from the sector, the wonderful human resource, to be able to take advantage of this. While gratitude has stemmed from my heart in a true sense. It gives us a great pleasure to invite and acknowledge the presence of each and every person who is here to contribute to wisdom, knowledge, and takeaways across the next 3 days. Thank you and namaskar.
Thank you, Sachu. And the moment has arrived for the keynote session. We're going to kind of rush into it because we're running really late now. Professor Sudesh Mukhopadhyay has very graciously agreed to chair the keynote session. Ma'am is former chairperson, Rehabilitation Council of India. She's an active member in the field of education and is involved in many policy decision-making committees. As a senior member in the field of special needs, her benevolence and guidance to the Department of Special Education has been invaluable to its development of the department itself as well as the faculty members. Ma'am, we're honored to have you as a chairperson. Over to you.
Thanks. So we are in a way in the second day of this international conference. Yesterday we had very good workshops. I attended practically both the things, but on YouTube. So congratulations to the department, and I welcome each one of you to the session by our keynote speaker, Professor Richard Rose. Session, as you all might have already noted, it is the resilience, opportunities, and challenges for equitable education in immediate future. In the inaugural session, already many of these points have been made, so I will not go into that detail, but I will just say 2 lines about this word resilience. I think future we don't know. Every day we open the news and we have a different view of what our future is going to be, and when the schools, colleges will open, what will happen and what will not happen, none of us will know. But I think resilience is like a seesaw. It's for us to see the positive outcomes, and it is also for us to see negative outcomes. Negative outcomes, because they take importance whenever there are challenges to the human race in any way, I think it becomes important to balance that fulcrum so that positive things help us to grow. So I look forward to Professor Richard Rose. All of you know him in many ways. I have also had the occasion to meet him. He is a professor emeritus at the University of Northampton, UK. He has regularly worked in India for more than 20 years on projects related to inclusion of children from marginalized groups. And I think in the context of NEP, rather than just saying children with disabilities, saying marginalized group is very, very important today. He's the author of more than 100 academic publications, including his most recent book, Establishing Pathways to Inclusion, written with Michael Shevlin. Professor Rose has conducted researches for international organizations, including UNICEF, Sightsavers, the Commonwealth Commissions, and Access, all capitals, for Australia, as well as the national governments. And he is currently working for situation analysis of persons with autism in Cambodia. With this opening comments, I welcome Professor Rose to this session. And just one clarification from the organizers, since we are running about half an hour late. So I expect that we will be running this session up to 4 o'clock. Am I right? Not 4 o'clock, 45 minutes you have to add, 3:15 yes. Or something it becomes. Yes, so I think Professor Rose will be able to share with us his views on the theme for about 25 to 30 minutes, and we can have 15 minutes where we can have some sort of interaction with the participants. So with that, Professor Rose, the stage is yours, and I'm ready to listen along with all 100 other participants who are waiting for your sharing with us across the global scenario. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that kind introduction, and hello to everybody there across India. It's good to see so many friends, many who I've known for a long time, and I was reflecting the other day, this is, since this pandemic started, that's the longest period I've had without visiting India for more than 20 years. So, but I do hope to be back with you again at some time in the future. So thank you for your kind invitation to address you today. And I'm going to just try and bring up my presentation. So just
so would you want us to share the screen, or would you prefer to do it?
You could do, that would be helpful. That would
Great.
make life easier, perhaps. Thank you. Okay, have I got control of the slides, or will you move them on?
We'll move them on for you, sir.
Okay, right, okay. If we could move to the first slide then, please, the next slide. Thank you. Okay, as I say, it's a pleasure to be with you here today. But I think obviously we're very aware that we're meeting under strange circumstances. And I think over the last few years, it's become quite easy to become a little bit negative about the situation we find ourselves in. Many people have been anxious. Sadly, many people have lost their lives, and families across the world have been devastated by the impact of the COVID pandemic. And I think it's important that we not only reflect on that, but also look at what happened pre-pandemic and to take some of the positives from that, and to consider how we might move forward in the years to come. I would urge one word of caution. I've heard several people during this conference refer to post-pandemic. I don't think we are in the post-pandemic period as yet. I know that sounds pessimistic, but I would urge all of you to remain cautious. We've seen so many spikes and false dawns here in Europe, and I'm aware that schools are going back in India now, and that was the time when our greatest spike actually occurred. So I would urge you all to be particularly cautious. But what I'm going to try and do in this session is to think about the progress that we have all made and that you have all contributed to in a significant way in formulating an education system and a care system that is far more equitable and inclusive than we've had in the past. I think it's important that we consider the nature of sustainability, because change isn't just an end product. Inclusion isn't something that we will eventually achieve. It's a process. It's an ongoing system which will need to be reviewed, changed as society changes, modified, and which we will need to monitor very carefully as professionals. I think it's important we do consider the immediate threats and challenges, although I think I want to do that in a way that shows they're not challenges that can't be overcome, and they may actually bring with them some opportunities. Can we have the next slide, please?
Yukti, next slide, please. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So it's important that we celebrate our successes. And I think we need to recognize that pre the pandemic, tremendous progress had been made in enabling the education for all goals. As you know, under the Sustainable Development Goals, we have things to aim at, things that we hope to achieve at national level, at international level, and progress was being made. If we just look at the figures that are produced every year, and I would urge you all to keep abreast of the UNESCO reports that come out every year on progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. We got a situation in 2019 where 87% of children were attending schools, primary age children, sorry, I should emphasize. Now, that's a wonderful achievement when you consider the very low base that some countries have come from. Now, that still means that there are 13%, of course, who have not been attending schools. And until we get that 100% figure, then we're actually failing as a world community. But let's not talk about failure here. Let's talk about the positives. If we look at India, the rate of enrollment in Indian schools has increased exponentially. There has been tremendous work done over many years to provide greater opportunity and access to education for children across the country. And many of the people I'm talking to today have contributed greatly to that. And I think sometimes we don't actually recognize enough that whilst governments put together policies, and the Right to Free and Compulsory Education Act is an obvious example of that, governments put these policies in place, but it is the people on the ground who actually make them work, that make them happen. And I think we need to celebrate the fact that people have worked hard and have achieved so much. Can we have the next slide, please? So let's kind of restate where we are at the moment and what the problems might be in the future. We are really in what I would term a post-industrial society. Society has changed dramatically during the 20th and early 21st century. We've gone from a period of a very manually focused labor force, an agricultural economy, certainly in India, to one that through mechanization and an industrial revolution led us into an industrial society. We can see that in the way that the metropolitan cities in India have developed, for instance. Their growth has been significant, and with that has come some problems. As the agricultural community has had to change dramatically through processes of modernization, mechanization, this has driven more and more people from agricultural communities into metropolitan cities. And we can see them in every city that I visited in India. You know, on the streets of Bangalore, I see children living on building sites in this greatly expanding metropolis. I've seen the same in Hyderabad, in Delhi, in Kolkata. It's the same everywhere that we go. Now that, in a way, is a symbol of success, that economically the country has thrived, and that's meant the need for improved infrastructure, more buildings, more roads. But it's also a kind of progress that has increased inequality and exclusion. It is a fact there are more millionaires now in India than there are in the whole of Europe. But there's also more people living below the poverty line. And that gap has increased significantly in the last 50 years. And it's something we need to be very well aware of. And I should come back to that point in a minute when I talk a little bit more about the pandemic. Progress has undoubtedly provided greater opportunities than ever for learning. More children are attending better schools. The quality of learning for many has provided new life opportunities. More young children, not just in India, but across the world, are progressing into higher education, becoming better qualified, and are having opportunities for professional development and secure lifestyles. But we still have a significant number of individuals who've not benefited from this progress. And that's the population that I know many of you are concerned about. Now, very kindly in the introduction given to this presentation, somebody, it was actually stated that my interest isn't just about disability. My background is very much one of working with children with disabilities. But actually, we should not ever ignore the interplay between all those exclusionary issues that have come to bear. Disability is closely related to poverty. Disability is closely related to gender in some cases. The economy of a country may be developing very, very quickly, but there are always populations who are left behind. And I would suggest that in India, issues of caste and class still exist, that there are obviously tensions amongst specific communities, religious groups, for instance, which actually impact upon the ability of people to get the education that they need and deserve. So we do still have a major problem of exclusion. It may be that those who are excluded are a different population from those who were excluded in the past. We do now have more children with disabilities receiving an education, and that's obviously a bonus. But we are also seeing greater complexity amongst that population. And there's a big divide, for instance, between those children who can live in metropolitan urban areas and those living in our rural communities, such as the children in this picture here, which was taken in a tribal community in Maharashtra. So we need to actually be aware that whilst we think we know what the problem is, it's not static. The problem is shifting all the time, and we need to work hard to keep abreast of these changes. And it's people like you who have the skills to do that that are actually going to move us forward. Can we have the next slide, please? So we still do have a problem. According to UNESCO, and these are pre-pandemic figures, around about 258 million children are not receiving school, not attending education. The majority of those, as we can see, are children in secondary provision. We know that teachers have become much more adept at including children in the primary years. But as the curriculum becomes more challenging, we find more and more children dropping out of the education system. And in an age where so much attention is being given to the kind of skills that are needed for a post-industrial society, secondary education takes on an increasingly important role in equipping our young children to survive in their post-school years. So we need to be aware that there are still many children who have very limited educational opportunities. And clearly, it's not just this age issue of secondary education being most difficult to access, but it's also those other factors such as disability, which are impeding the progress that children can make. Can we have the next slide, please? If you're unaware of it, I would certainly recommend those of you who are interested, particularly those of you doing research and research scholars out there, to keep an eye on the World Inequality Database on Education, or WIDE as it's often referred to. It highlights the influence of a number of conditions and circumstances. It shows quite clearly how the impact of wealth or poverty, gender, ethnicity, and location impacts upon the lives of children. We know, for instance, and you can see this quite clearly in the WIDE database, that within a country as vast and as populous as India, there's huge discrepancy between the educational provision made not only from one state to another. You know, we could compare Kerala with Bihar, for instance, but also within those states. So we can look at the difference between urban Kerala, Kochi, Trivandrum, and the more remote regions of Kerala, where there are huge disparities in the opportunities given for children. And they come about for a number of reasons. We have the next slide, please. These are the most common reasons that are usually identified for inhibiting access to primary education for children. And I think it's fair to say that not just within India, but in many countries, we can find every one of these factors. I haven't got time to go through every one of these, but I am just going to single out one or two factors that are still, I think, an issue. Having a disability is an obvious one, and you have great expertise in that, so I'm not going to dwell on the impact that having a disability has on access to education. But there are things here which we know a lot more about now than we did, say, 30 years ago. The greatest factor in increasing attendance in schools in many countries, including India, and certainly many African countries, has been the provision of a midday meal. You know yourselves that in India, the government initiative of a midday meal had a tremendous impact on school attendance. We know that the midday meal was important in improving concentration levels in children, giving them the energy to actually survive the school day. This is a really important factor. We've seen it not just in India, but in many other countries. Hunger is obviously a great obstacle to learning. Alongside that, actually, the provision of separate toilets for boys and girls has been another major factor in increasing enrollment. Now, these are obviously very closely related to poverty. If I was a parent of a child and I didn't think I could afford to feed them, once the school says we will feed your child at lunchtime, I'm going to be very incentivized to send my child to school. There are other factors here, though, which are very difficult to address. For instance, distance from home to school. Distance from home to school is undoubtedly a factor in whether children attend. I have to tell you that a few years ago, 2018, when working in Africa, in Sierra Leone, I saw 5-year-old children who walked 6 miles to school each morning, and each afternoon walked back that 6 miles from school because they were so determined to get there. They often walked with an elder sibling to school. And believe me, the one day when I was talking to some of these children coming home from school, the temperature there at the time was 37 degrees. So you can imagine the impact that that has, and the lack of incentive for some children to maintain school. This is an issue in many countries, including in rural communities in India. But add to that the fact that some children need specialist provision, and that specialist provision is just too far away for them to access. So, for example, with my colleague, Professor Narayan, who I know is there today, we did some work together in rural Telangana. And there were children there with severe and complex needs who were too far away from Hyderabad to be able to always access services that are most readily available there. And this is a great factor in terms of inequality. Having no teacher or having an untrained teacher is another important factor. And many of you are making enormous contributions, such as my colleagues there at SNDT University, in providing the training that teachers need. This is such an important factor. But also we have to incentivize teachers. If the choice is to live in Mumbai, in an area where you have all the facilities, the health, education, medical facilities, social infrastructure, entertainment, or working in a remote rural community, most teachers are going to choose the former. We have to look at the way we incentivize teachers to work where they are often most needed and not most readily available. When it comes to the expense of education, this is the last one I want to mention on this slide, although I'm happy to engage in discussion with anybody about all of these factors at another point, if that's appropriate. When it comes to the expense of education, we now see very much a dual track within India of those parents who can afford to send their children to what have become often referred to as elite schools, where the media of instruction is English and where the schools are extremely well resourced. But there are still many children who are attending Zilla Parishad schools, other government organized schools, where the facilities are poor, where the teachers are less qualified, and where the media of instruction is in the local language. Now, the local language issue is a complex one, and I actually applaud the fact that local languages are being valued in many communities. In my own situation, for instance, just 70 miles from here in Wales, the language was almost dead 100 years ago. Now, the media of instruction in many Welsh schools is Welsh. That doesn't mean to say they don't learn English as well, of course. But that gap between the elite schools and the government schools is getting greater all of the time. And we know at the moment that those children who attend English media schools are more likely to access international opportunities, better employment, better universities, and therefore they will continue to make progress, whereas others are less advantaged in that respect. Can we move on, please? Next slide. So let's think about the impact of the COVID pandemic. What the COVID pandemic has done across the world is not just highlight these inequalities, but has exacerbated them significantly. I applaud the great initiatives of people working in education, teachers and other colleagues. So much teaching has been done online. I think most of us are thoroughly fed up with having to sit in front of a screen like I'm doing now to teach.
Yes.
Interaction is so critical in teaching. And for many children, the idea of learning from a screen has become extremely difficult. You know, just to give you an example, I have colleagues who work specifically in the field of autism. And there are some young people with autism who find it incredibly difficult to be able to make that connection between looking at a screen, which many of them enjoy incidentally, and the fact that that is their teacher giving them this instruction. Because it's an alien concept. That's not what teachers do. We've also shown that there's been a huge increase in inequality because not everybody can access learning digitally. There are communities in my own country where broadband access is very, very limited. Some of the remoter areas of Scotland, for instance, parts of Derbyshire and Wales, where right through the pandemic, people have struggled to access learning because they have poor quality broadband connections. But it's not only that. In a school, in a home where a family may have several devices, children may all be able to access these devices at the same time. So if you've got a child who's 9 years old and another one who's 16 years old, they can be learning on the computer at the same time. But that's the minority of children. For many households, there is one computer and there's a competition for use of that. And sometimes it's forgotten that it's not just the children learning online, but it's the parents who are having to conduct their employment online, attending meetings, working with clients, or if you're a teacher, teaching while your children are supposed to be learning online. The inequality that has been highlighted in the digital age has been great. We know that it is far greater than we first believed. I was having a conversation with a colleague in India during one of the lockdowns, and she was saying that one of the families that she works with have 4 children. The youngest, if I remember right, was 6 years old, and the oldest was 13. And they had one digital telephone that they were all trying to use to access learning. Extremely challenging. And for a start, the physical effort of working on a telephone all day for learning, with somebody trying to show you, for instance, graphs on that telephone, as I was told was happening in one instance, it's very, very difficult. So for many children, the pandemic has increased the gulf in their knowledge and learning from what it was before the pandemic. But there's another factor which I would urge you all to consider, and that is that this pandemic has distanced some children from school in a way that will not be easily overcome. It is naive to say that once all the schools open again, all the children will return. They won't. They won't, because during the pandemic, many of these children have had to become breadwinners. Many have been actually out of school and earning money in various ways. We also know that in some situations, and we can see this from examples certainly in Africa at the moment, families have lost their major source of income. Father or grandfather or somebody in the family has died because of the pandemic. And now the onus on bringing the economy to that family is upon the children. So children who previously had ambitions to complete education and maybe go on to university and to good employment are now going to be put in the position of having to become a daily wage earner in order to support their families. And that is going to be a significant group that will miss out on education. Add into those other factors that I showed you in that table just now. If you are from a low caste family, if you are from a disabled community, a community with disabilities, and if you are a girl, you are far more likely not to return to education. And this is the prediction that's not been made just by me, but by people who are monitoring this right across the world. I put a link incidentally on this slide, and I hope people will have access to the slides after this, to the Human Rights Watch report, which deals with some of these issues. Can we move on, please?
So you want me to open this report?
No, we go to the next slide,
Next
please.
slide. Okay.
We don't have time to go through the report. People can do that in their own time. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, great, good. Okay. So the most significant factor in all this is undoubtedly poverty. COVID-19 pandemic has forced more families into poverty than we had pre-pandemic. People have been unable to go about their business to make a living. Many people have lost their jobs. Many of them in some countries, including here in the UK, have lost their homes as a result of poverty. And the loss of family members in some instances is actually having a dramatic impact upon the lives of these people. We know that the poorest communities in the world will be the slowest to recover from the pandemic. Personally, I think it's nothing worse than a scandal, an absolute disgrace, that whilst those of us, like myself here in the UK, I've now had 3 doses of vaccine, as have a significant number of people in this country and in other European countries and in other wealthy countries. There are still countries, for instance, in Africa and other parts of South America, for instance, where less than 5% of people have had a first vaccination. That actually is an indictment on those of us in the wealthier countries who have let these places down very, very badly. But also, we're putting ourselves at great risk because infections will continue to grow in these countries, as we've just seen in the southern countries of Africa, in Zimbabwe, for instance, which is a very poor country, in Mozambique, where we are now getting new variants of this dreadful pandemic. This awful virus is mutating, and that, of course, is coming into our countries. The number of Omicron infections in this country increase every day at the moment, and I know it's arrived in Delhi and it's going to affect the rest of the world. The poorest communities in the world are going to be the slowest to recover, and until they recover, the rest of us are not going to recover. And that's a real issue for us. At the same time, wealthy countries, including my own, have cut the amount of aid they're providing to the rest of the world. It's a short-sighted measure. The argument is our economy has suffered, we need to look after people in our own country. But we avoid conflict, we avoid disease when we actually use aid effectively to support other countries. An obvious example at the moment is Afghanistan, where I would be the first to say that the Taliban are a dreadful regime, and they've committed atrocities, and their attitudes towards women, for instance, is abhorrent. But actually removing all of the aid that went into that country means that innocent people are starving to death. There will be an increase in disability amongst their population, and we breed resentment, which will lead to greater conflict. The birth of terrorism often comes from poverty. And for all of us, that is an issue, and particularly for those that have Afghanistan as a close neighbor, as you do there in India. We have to break this poverty cycle if we're going to move on and really create an inclusive society. Can I have the next slide, please? So what are the conditions that before the pandemic we created in order to achieve the successes we did? And I still want to go back to my first point and say, we have made great progress. We have been really responsive to need, and we have changed the lives of so many children for the better. That came about for a number of reasons. First of all, shared responsibility. Shared responsibility, not just within countries, but internationally, where we've been prepared to learn from each other and to understand our situations, and good interdisciplinary working. And when I say interdisciplinary working, I'm not just talking about within our schools. Clearly the work that therapists, speech therapists, occupational therapists, for instance, do is really important and needs to be coordinated with the work that teachers do. But interdisciplinary across all aspects of society. The work that people in technology does can improve the lives of people with disabilities. We need to make sure we go back to that sharing rather than going into silos and saying, after this pandemic, my priority is for this very narrow focus. We've achieved progress because we demonstrated success. We've shared that success across communities, and we've been open and honest with each other when we can to show what has worked and what the impact of our work has been in enabling people to be accessing education, to become effective learners, and to make contributions to their society. And we need to do more of that after this pandemic. We need to show, for instance, that money invested in teaching somebody with a disability is money well spent. It decreases the dependence that people with disabilities have on society, and they become contributors rather than just beneficiaries of our community systems. And the other thing which was so important before the pandemic was the increase in a workforce that was competent, well-trained, and committed, and had a greater understanding of those factors that prevented children from learning. You've all made a contribution to that, and it's going to be twice as important that you do that again once we're able to all work in a much more normal environment. Next slide, please. So I'm asking here that we see sustainability through professional development and professional leadership. You are the people with the expertise, and you must be role models for the rest of society. There are going to be enormous pressures post-pandemic. The great danger is that as countries strive to recover, their economic priorities will not be on the kind of people you're concerned about. They will be striving to put the economy back in place by looking at industry and commerce in order to refill the coffers that have been severely dented by this pandemic. And it will be easy to turn our backs upon those who are not seen as contributing to the overall wealth of the country. You know better than that. You know that these people you're concerned about have a right to education, they have a right to a place in society, and they can contribute to the enhancement of all our lives. And therefore, your leadership will be important. We need to communicate that message by reaching out to communities. We need to make sure that those who live in poorer communities understand the importance of education. We're going to take a step back and we've got to bring things back to where they were and then move them forward. And that means every one of us is going to have to go out and engage face to face with these communities to assist them to understand. We must actually share our learning, not working in silos. We must get to a point where we say everything is open. I've often been worried when I've worked with students there in India or worked in schools in India, and people have developed really innovative things, sometimes simple ideas, but they've worked well for the benefit of children. And I said, why don't you share this with everybody else? And I still sometimes get the message, well, we developed this. If other people want to do it, they must develop it for themselves. No, our responsibility is to actually share everything that we know. I often reflect on the fact that my parents made great sacrifices so I could become a teacher. You know, I came from a background where there wasn't a lot of money, and they supported me to become a teacher. And that means that I need to spend my time paying that back. I have that debt. And the way we pay that back is by sharing our learning with other people. And we need to actually make sure that we increase this focus on teaching people to look after themselves, move away from a dependency culture by improving the education and the life chances of people so that they can make a contribution. Okay, final slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so sorry, I don't think this is quite the final one. So these are the actions I think you can do to demonstrate effective leadership. I'm not going to spend long on this because we're running out of time, but I think re-establishing contacts with families. I said earlier that some children will not return to school. They're not going to come unless we encourage them. We need to have that contact with families and to make them know that they are wanted in school and that they're valued and appreciated. We need to create some of those social networks that have been lost. I know we've made great endeavors to work together online, but actually face-to-face working is much more stimulating and encourages those who maybe feel uncomfortable in contributing in a forum like this to actually become part of the process. We need to continue to make learning exciting and interactive. That's very difficult in what we've been doing recently. It's really difficult, for instance, if I said, I'm going to break you into groups for an activity now, it's almost impossible online. It's really challenging to think how we do it. We need to make sure that people find learning enjoyable and that they access the kind of enjoyment that came pre-pandemic. We need to make sure we use assessment to show what children can do, not what they've forgotten. The media at the moment are giving me a lot of concerns. A lot of the focus is on, oh, children have forgotten things. Children no longer are able to do the mathematics they could do before. Let's start from the point of view of saying, well, what can they do? Have some of them learn new things during the pandemic, which we would never have thought of teaching them. Some of them have learned great resilience. Let's actually use assessment to show what they can do. Children are anxious. Many children who've missed out on school, and not just children. I've been speaking recently to some undergraduate students at the University of Northampton. Many of them have been anxious through this time, and their anxiety is still there. What will the future be like? Will there be future pandemics? How is all this going to impact upon my family? They need time, and we need to listen. And let's also recognize that professionals have suffered during the pandemic. This has been a hard time for teachers. Teachers have had to work extremely hard in adapting to this new form of learning. But there are things we can learn from that. But let's celebrate the work that they've all done. Okay, next slide, please. And this is the final one. It's important to actually remember that we have been incredibly successful in what we've achieved. Every one of you there has been successful in what you've done to make the world more inclusive. And we will be successful again. We need to celebrate the successes we've achieved. We need to actually recognize and tell people what good work they've done and give them examples of what they've done that has made a difference. And we need to actually say, right, now let's reset. and let's build on those successes and move forward. So I'm going to leave things there and just say thank you to all for listening. And can I say a particular thank you to our signed interpreter there, who's working extremely hard.
Yeah.
It's a very fine example of how we can make learning much more inclusive. So thank you very much, Taru. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Because we have got only 5 minutes, so I will not be taking much time. And as you have already been informed by Betty and Yukti, that there will not be time for question and answers. Otherwise, the day will become too long for all the participants. I will, Professor Richard has been very, very, I say, illustrating, giving the examples from our backgrounds. And in a way, I'm sure like me, many of you would have lived through this 18 months of pandemic that we have faced through, and what our children and we as professionals have gone through and how we have done. I'm sure there will be time and DSC will be sharing its own experiences also, and you will know more. But if as a chairperson, I have to summarize what we have learned from the deliberations, the experiences which Professor Richard has shared with us, then I will say the first lesson is learning from the challenges and looking at these things as opportunities. Because as I said in the beginning, resilience is being positive and moving forward. The second thing I want to say is, which I'm really very happy that he pointed out to us today, whatever group of children we deal with, disadvantage, disability, any negative, whatever deficit we see it in wherever, but he made a very important point. Persons with disabilities are not a standalone group. They also are affected by all those positives and negatives as anyone else is done. So sometimes when countries are just trying to give data on PWDs, many countries are finding it very difficult to talk about learning outcomes and all. The input variables, they are able to say, itna RAM, this many water, this many toilets, this one. But what happens to the learning outcome? They are not able to do that because we are seeing them as a solo. But we need to look at the strengths that these people have to be recognized as gifted, as talented, and as contributory. Today, I think in the Nagpur newsletter, there is a news about Divyanshi Joshi, who's the daughter of Shri Anil Joshi. And she's a Down syndrome person, but she has done her education both through inclusion and open education system, and has been rewarded as best employee of a particular company, and also has got the national award. Now, 20 years back, we could not have thought that a Down person will be able to show this type of performance. And that is why I'm appealing to all of us, whatsoever may be the condition of a student, always try to see what is the potential in him. And I'm glad that Government of India has already started thinking of working the gifted and talented amongst the persons with disability. And that's a very forwarding sign for us. And last point I want to make it that every peep into the future is an opportunity for acting in the present. And that is what our pandemic has shown us. So with that, I will call upon each one of us, write what he was saying, his last but one slide, that it is the personal social responsibility of each of us to reach out to our children, respect our fellow professionals and other professionals who have stood by us for making progress in education before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and we hope this partnership will continue. And that is the theme of the Niti Aayog's latest report on partnership towards the SDG 17. So you may all like to see that and take it forward. Thank you very much to the organizers, Sujata Bhan, Himanshu, all their team members of both the institution, and all my fellow professionals who are here, either as CRE or my international colleagues. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thanks, Professor Rose. See you again in person someday, somewhere. Thank you very much, all of you. And back to the Betty and Yukti.
Thank you, ma'am.
It is exactly 3:15.
Yes,
Yes,
perfect
yes.
timing.
Perfect.
Thank you, Professor Mukhopadhyay, ma'am, for chairing the session so excellently. Your conclusion of the session was spot on. And thank you, Professor Richard. It's always a pleasure to hear you speak. So just for you, there's some excellent fish curry waiting for you whenever you're able to get back to India.
I should keep you to that, Betty. I look forward to it.
Yes, sir. We'll wait for you to come here and we'll have that.
Yes.
Okay. A very quick round of pictures so we can have a memento of our session with Professor Richard Rose and Professor Mukhopadhyay. So very quickly, please switch on your cameras. We would like to now try and catch back the time that we have lost.
Wonderful, thought-provoking session. He always leaves you with a lot of, things to ponder upon. Thank you so much, Professor Richard.
Thank you.
All right, while we're waiting for the pictures to be done.
Yes.
It's done.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful session, really.
Yes. I'd like to just check in with Dr. Pankaj. Is there any instructions for the CRE participants that you would want to share at this time?
No, ma'am. I'm sending the link in the WhatsApp group meant for the CRE participants.
Okay.
And we are much hopeful that they will fill this form each and every time. The link will be same for each and every session assessment. The link will be not changed actually.
Yeah.
Can I talk to you later? I'm in a session.
And sir, could we share the link in the Zoom chat also, please?
I'm just sharing here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Just please find this is the link.
Okay. Thank you, Pankaj sir. So we are now set to begin the first plenary session of this conference, and it is my great pleasure to invite Dr. Jayanti Narayan to chair this session. Dr. Narayan is a former Deputy Director, National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities, NIPID, and she's also one of the senior most active members in the field. She's a mentor to the department and plays a significant role in keeping us going. I hand over the dais to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It was a wonderful session by Dr. Rose and the winding up by our Professor Mukhopadhyay. It's so much to think. And we are now looking forward to listen to Professor Ritva Kantelinen. And I really like the topic because India really needs it. We are a multilingual country, which we are very proud of, multicultural and multilingual country that we are very proud of. If you take a currency note of India and see, you see the denomination written in 15 languages other than Hindi and English, out of the 22 official languages, and then the dialects. So I've been going through Professor Ritva's Kantelinen's couple of studies, recent studies, from one said from ambivalent. Is there something?
What happened?
No, sir. This someone accidentally unmuted.
Okay. Yeah, one of the studies, Professor Kantelinen, that I happened to see, which I really was impressed by, is from ambivalent spaces to spaces of reciprocal encountering, developing classroom culture as an intercultural story exchange. And you involved Scotland, Finland, Belgium. Fantastic. That study really impressed. And the other one, the recent one, which is very dear to me, I really liked it. Why they choose teaching as a career. Factors motivating career choice among Estonian and Finnish student teachers. Yeah, so this is another thing that I could relate to our own education system and as a teacher educator, that further made me curious. And it is, thank you so much, SNDT and Professor Sujata Bhan, for making me sit through with Professor Kantelinen to listen to this, and particularly coming from Finland, which is considered to be top in the education in the whole world with its flexible system and so student-focused system. So we are going to listen from the horse's mouth. How lucky I am to be part of this today. Thank you so much for having me, particularly for this session. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor Ritva Kantelinen. She is a professor of education, especially language pedagogy, and currently she is the first deputy head of teacher education department. She is in charge of international affairs in schools of applied educational science and teacher education in the University of Eastern Finland. And her professional interests include research, teaching, and development work in language education and research-based development in higher education, teacher education and educational export in its own position. She is academic head of also international master degree program in early language education and intercultural communication. In addition, she holds the docentship in vocational language education at the University of Jyväskylä. So her topic today with us, she's going to share, is multilingualism and multiculturalism. How very apt for our country. We are all eager to listen to you, Professor Kantelinen. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I will share the screen. Suppose you can see my slides now. Oh, not yet.
Not yet. Not yet.
Can you see? Ready?
Yes. Yes. We can.
Okay. So thank you very much for this opportunity to take you to the world of Finland and Finnish education in general, and also to have a peek to the language education we are having here. Thank you for your nice words when introducing me. I'd just like to say that this title of my presentation, it was that multilingualism, multiculturalism in some previous version, but it is this action-oriented language proficiency as part of the Finnish educational system. And from the very beginning, I just want to open a bit this action-oriented language proficiency. It means that language users, so those who are having this kind of language proficiency, they are language users who are motivated, willing, and able, and brave enough to use all kinds of communication skills, interaction skills, multilingualism, whenever they meet in the real life situations, a person who is coming from some other cultural background and speaking some other languages. And even in those situations where these language users are not having any joint language, because we have so many things how we can communicate even without so to say, joint language. So that if both are, for example, speakers of Swedish, but or none, one is a speaker of Swedish and one is speaker of English, and they don't have any joint language. So still, we as human beings have a lot of opportunities to communicate with each other. So I was, nice words which were said about Finland. I was a bit worried that now I'm here representing a tiny, tiny country and maybe nobody knows anything about Finland. Usually what people know about Finland is that, okay, there is something special with the educational system, and maybe that they are crazy coffee drinkers and they have plenty of saunas there. but it may be that you know even more. So the university where I work, it's located in very eastern Finland. We have 80 kilometers to the Russian border, which is there on the right side, there on the map. And we have only 5.5 million people living here. We have 2 national languages, Finnish and Swedish. And the Swedish speakers, they are minority, so they are living mostly in the southern Finland and western coast. So, for example, here in the area where I'm living and where our university is located, so we very seldom meet people who are using Swedish language in their everyday life. These are some pictures which are telling quite a lot about our country. I want to tell you something about our country before I jump to the world of educational system, because I think that you need to know something about the background of each country until you can say anything about the educational system, that how does it sound? Does it sound sensible or not? So we have here thousands of lakes, nice nature. At the summertime, it's lovely and warm. And for example, at the moment, it's it looks more like there on the lower left, right side corner that people are skiing there. This morning, when I went out at 7 o'clock in the morning with the dogs, so it was minus 20 degrees. And during the last week, we have got here 30 centimeters of snow in this area. And in spite of this situation, the schools are running the whole year. The school year here starts in the middle of August and ends in the very beginning of June. And during that academic year, there will be snowstorms, there will be very low temperature, minus 30 or something, but it really doesn't mean that we would close the schools then. Maybe to stop for a while with this. This is from one of the articles me and my colleague from Helsinki University have written about the language education in the primary school here in Finland. Language education emphasizes meaningful learning that is based on personal experience, social interaction, and reflection. It aims at all around human growth. So this fits nicely to this action-oriented language proficiency. And when we are talking about the country like Finland, where we have a very small population, like I said, 5.5 million, and well, our languages, Finnish and Swedish. Swedish is more widely spoken than Finnish because here in Nordic countries, Swedish is understood. But if we want to follow the world during this globalization and internationalization, so we must have competence in many foreign languages. We do not manage, we Finns, we do not manage only with Finnish and Swedish. And studying languages, it's something more than something linguistic. It's not only grammar, it's not only vocabulary, and especially according to this new approach which we are following, this action-oriented language proficiency and teaching and learning languages. It's not our idea. We have not created it here in Finland. This is widely followed now in the whole Europe. So this is coming from the Common European Framework of References, which is a huge manual published first time 2001. And then because time and the world has changed a lot and the need of foreign languages has changed, so it has been updated so that the latest versions are from 2018 and 2020. And there we have very clearly this action-oriented language proficiency. Well, here is our education system, structure of that. Like you see, it looks quite simple, and I think it's quite simple in practice as well. So we have the boxes coming first. There is the lowest box, and then we have a box after that, and then the next one. And for the individuals here in Finland, it's possible to get higher and higher and higher, but it's also possible to move from right to left, from left to right. So this is a system which is not having dead ends. And there is another slide later where I will in more detail open the steps of this system. But this is a system, and I can proudly say that we don't have any dead ends here. Anybody living here in Finland has opportunities to follow the steps as high as own motivation, motivation and skills and knowledge and competencies will carry the individual. So, well, maybe I'm thinking that I come back to the topics, more detailed topics, when I have another version of this a bit later. Before that, I open a bit. I think you have heard that, well, there's a lot to thank for all the good reputation of our educational system. The high quality of our teachers. Teachers are very, very highly educated professionals. And I'd like to open here a bit, what does it mean? It means that the minimum requirement for teachers' qualification is master's degree. And in our system, it means 3 years for the bachelor, 2 years for the master in addition to that. So altogether 5 years of studies. And in our system, you do not do anything with bachelor's degree. So you can't get a permanent teacher's position with bachelor's degree. You have to have master's degree. In the higher education, we have the positions where even the doctor's degree is required for getting a permanent position there. Teacher education, it's research-based, and we also, so we wish when we educate our teachers in the basic education, we want to make them teachers of researchers of their own work, so that they, when they work and they notice that something has to be developed, so that they have that research perspective, not so that what is the easiest solution for me to correct something which is not working, but we want our teachers to have that research-based approach. And when the teachers or those who study in any of our teacher education programs, and when they get master's degree, so it gives them qualification to work as a teacher, but it also gives them qualification to apply for doctoral studies. And in our system nowadays, and this it's so in our university and faculty as well, that we have in our doctoral program of educational sciences many teachers who are working in the field. Some of them are those who need a doctor's degree, and some of those are just, they don't need it. It's not required for their position there in the working life, but they get interested about something in their own work and they want to do doctoral thesis about that. And then they come or they apply to doctoral program, which, by the way, is free. No fees there in doctoral programs. And what is something typical for us, and I have noticed that it's not at all granted in all the countries, but what makes our teachers so highly educated? So one part of this is that we have those pedagogical studies which are required as a part of the teacher's degree. I said that it's bachelor plus master, which means 300 credits, and 1 credit according to that European system means about 27 working hours of for a student. So pedagogical studies, which are required by the law, so required for the teacher's qualification, they are altogether 60 credits, or if any university wants, they can offer even more. But it's a combination of theory and practice. And about 1/3 of that 60 credits study package is teaching practice. And again, we have something which we can be proud of. We can recommend it to other countries as well. In our system, teachers are educated always in the universities, and we have, in the context of those universities where we educate teachers, we have teacher training schools. So part of the teacher training required for teacher studies, they are done there in our teacher training schools, where we have very experienced and especially for this task trained and educated supervisors, teachers who teach their children from the neighborhood, and then in addition to that, they also supervise the teacher students. And there on the colored background in the end of this slide, these pedagogical studies give wide pedagogical qualification for different levels of educational system. So if you take studies as to become a class teacher, which is a qualified teacher to teach in the primary school from the 1st grade to 6th grade, all the school subjects. So there you have those pedagogical studies inside your degree, and you practice mostly there in the primary school. But when you have certificate of those pedagogical studies, it is also qualification for some other levels of educational system. So then again to the language education. Here in this slide, I have collected some basic facts about the language education in Finland. Like I already mentioned, we have 2 national languages. Most of us are like, I'm a native speaker of Finnish, and Swedish is my 2nd national language. And we all who are living in Finland and studying here, we have to study the mother tongue Finnish or Swedish, and then the other 2nd national language, and at least 1 foreign language. So language education is included at all the levels of our educational system, and also at all the sectors of the educational system. And since 2 years, and this is based on the situation in the world. So as we all know, foreign language skills are needed more and more. So to improve children's and learners' opportunities to get as wide language repertoire as possible, so we made this kind of change that the first foreign language is started at the 1st grade, which means at the age of 7. And then it continues to all the steps of the educational system. Minimum 3 languages, mother tongue, 2nd national, and 1 foreign language. And what is typical? Authentic tasks, they are favored over the formal exercises of accuracy, for example, grammar. The most important thing is to practice for the real life purposes. So studies, language studies are not for the school, but they are for the life. And tasks are implemented through interaction, and the aim being at meaningful language use. Sorry for the dogs, they are assisting, I hear. Then one of those sentences I have taken here. The latest national core curriculum for basic education also explicitly states that in language learning, there is a room for joy, playfulness, and creativity in all grades. And this, again, is something which we, at least in teacher educations, we want to get this sold into the schools at the different levels of education. So in the very beginning, at the first grade and at the second grade in the primary school, it's mostly playing, singing with the language. So it's not studying about the language. And also, it's not so that this kind of approach would be suitable only for the youngest learners. It is very useful and effective also for the elder ones. I'm now looking for the other version of my education system structure, but I notice I have deleted it from this set, but no problem. We can go back to this version. So in more detail about the structure of our educational system. So before the age of 6, it's up to the families to decide if they are taking care of the children at home, or if they want to apply for a kindergarten place for them, private or public kindergarten. And it's recommended, but it's not compulsory to have children there in early childhood education and care. And that is something which parents have to pay for, but it depends on the family incomes. If they, for example, if the family incomes are very low or the parents are students, so they can get, for example, this kindergarten, the place in the kindergarten for free for their children. And there we do not have any curricula for foreign language studies, but there is that kind of approach that children are made familiar with communicating with each other in that way, that they get familiar with communicating with people who are having some other languages as their native language, who have different kinds of cultural backgrounds. And this is actually nowadays more and more easy, because we have not only Finnish and Swedish speaking people in the country, but we have more and more immigrants who have moved to Finland for different reasons. And for example, in the kindergartens, we have very multilingual groups there. But the compulsory education, it starts at the age of 7 and it continues to the age of 18. And this is something very new. This started this autumn. Earlier, our compulsory education was from the age of 7 to age of 16. But because we want to support the lifelong learning, we want to avoid dropouts from the secondary level education, so it was made compulsory. And what is compulsory? It is free. So for example, the study books or other things what they need there at the secondary level, they are free, as well as everything is free in the basic education. And when I was listening Professor Rowe's presentation, and there was the slide, you remember that the most common reasons for not receiving a primary education, I somehow almost felt guilty, at least very lucky from the Finnish perspective, that all the children have right to the basic education, and if the families are living far away from the school, so the schools or the municipalities are paying the transportation to the schools. And when we are talking about if we think about the Finnish map, so most of the people are living here in the capital area. Helsinki is our capital in the very southern Finland. And then the more north we go, so the less people we have there. And the schools get smaller, number of pupils get smaller. And of course, we have here both not only basic education, but vocational education, universities here in the more northern Finland. But like I said, it's guaranteed for all the families, all the children, that they get to the basic education. Everything is free. They get their free school meal and high quality teaching. And that is also typical for us, that we don't have private schools, only very few of them. And it's very, very difficult to get a permission for starting a private school, because we want to guarantee with the public system the right for everybody, each individual, the right to get the high quality education in the nearest school. There is nearest school to the place where they are living. And well, basic education, it continues to it's from, well, pre-primary education, did I mention that it is for supporting the learning skills, and then comes the basic education from 1 to 9th grade. And the primary school part is the part from the 1st to 6th grade, and there we have class teachers, coming back to that high quality, highly educated teachers. Class teachers, they can teach all the subjects, but we also have their subject teachers who are specialized teaching some certain subjects. In the case of this presentation, so for example, foreign languages. But from the grades 7, 8, and 9, that's the area of subject teacher. So you must have the subject teacher qualification to teach those certain subjects, whatever it will be. Is it physical education, foreign language, mother tongue and literature, physics, mathematics? Okay, and then after the basic education, which we thought to be enough so far, but then we wanted to add the time of the compulsory education to the 18. And now it is so that the compulsory education, it ends when the individual reaches the age of 18 or has a degree from the secondary level education. And here you can see the secondary level, this light blue area. We have there 2 sectors, and this is the general one. And there, actually, in the end of this is the only place where we in our system has some national exams in the end of this. It is a general education which prepares students to continue to the higher education level. and it is not giving any qualification for any work, for any job in the working life. And then there is this vocational side. It means that if you take this part of the secondary level education, you get qualification for some certain position, electrician, waiter, hairdresser. So you are qualified for that job in the working life. And you can end your studies there if you are coming from the vocational education, or you can continue to the higher education. But if you are studying at the general education at the secondary level, you actually need something for the working life. So you have to continue either the traditional science universities or universities of applied sciences. And here I again think that this may be, at least for some of you, a bit strange. What is University of Applied Sciences? Traditional universities, like is familiar to all of us, they are clearly research-based. And these universities of applied sciences, they are more practical. The education there, it will respond to the needs of the working life. So what is happening in the labor market, it will be paid attention to in these universities of applied sciences. So if you, for example, want to become a nurse for a hospital, if you want to become a civil engineer or engineer for any topic, so then you can get degree for that there in the universities of applied sciences. And at all the levels, there are language studies, and they are to be planned and implemented for the needs of that target groups. So in the basic education, the topics and the situations for which the pupils are studying foreign languages, it needs to be something which is near to their own life. So they are not at the moment, if it goes there in the schools like it is supposed to go. So children are not just to study, for example, grammar for its own sake, but they study languages for some real life purposes and needs. And when we go to the secondary level, so then, for example, if there is somebody studying to become a hairdresser, a barber, a waiter, so then the language, what they study, it's tightly related to that future work. And in the universities, languages, there are, again, compulsory language studies, and it is related to their own field. If teachers, they are to have that kind of language courses where they study, for example, for, well, they study, one important skill is to be able to get more information in foreign languages about their own field, but also to use it for different networking needs in their future career. And it is the same in the universities of applied sciences. There, the language needs are more practical, more tightly related to the concrete working tasks in the field. For example, if you are a nurse or you are studying to become a nurse, so then you study language proficiency needed in your future tasks. Okay, like has been said here several times that we are living this strange time with pandemia. So I have at the moment the feeling that I wish there is somebody, I'm just sitting here and talking to my screen. Then I have to check the time. Is it so that I have about 5 minutes left?
That's correct. Yeah, up to 4.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
We have another 5 minutes, ma'am.
Yeah. All right. So I jump over something, but about the language and language education. So I just briefly want to introduce this idea, which is coming directly from that European framework, Common European Framework of Reference for Languages. So here we have this traditional structure of language skills. Somebody very young in the audience, I think. The speaking and listening and writing and reading, but this is not anymore working in the current life where we have completely different requirements for language proficiency than what we had for some decades ago. Earlier, it was so, at least in Finland, it was we studied foreign languages because it was, it showed that it's good knowledge. It's good that you can say that you know some foreign languages. But nowadays we study foreign languages for the real life purposes. Of course, it's also good for your CV, but you need language proficiency for the real life purposes. So this is actually here in this part, in this second pile from the right side of the figure, we have the structure, not anymore just separate speaking, listening, writing, reading, but there is reception. If we want to reset something, so we have several elements there present. And then there is production, and then there is interaction, and then this mediation, which is nowadays a bridge in those situations when we don't have a joint language, or when we can't communicate because some of the communicators is not understanding those others related to some detail or in general. And for example, when we think about the difference between production and interaction, so now when I'm producing you this presentation, so it is completely different skill than when we would be having real life interaction, so that we are communicating with each other. And when I would see you, I could react on your behavior there. So we have a few, this I was telling you. One more thing about the Finnish educational system. So we have a huge freedom for teachers at all the levels, academic freedom, and that's based on the trust because teachers are highly educated. And this is the same regarding the teacher education. We have altogether 14 universities in Finland. 8 of those offer teacher education, and University of Eastern Finland is one of those. So we have a law which describes what is required for teacher qualification at different levels of education. And it gives the frame, but in each university we can design and implement the education in the way which we find to be the needed one. Of course, we cooperate between the teacher universities. These things have been mentioned there in my presentation briefly. So I jumped to this, like it was said regarding the previous presentation. If you have anything to ask, if you have anything to comment, please send me the questions, and I think they will be forwarded to me. and with pleasure, I will reply to your comments or questions or whatever they would be. So if you are more interested about the Finnish system, so I really warmly recommend these links to the Ministry of Education and Culture pages and the Finnish National Agency for Education. So there's a lot of information easily available. So it was a pleasure to be here. I want to say you thank you in English, kiitos in Finnish, tack in Swedish. So I wish you lovely continuation for this conference, and I'm very honored that I had opportunity to tell you something about Finland. Maybe we meet later somewhere and I have opportunity to discuss with you more about these topics.
Thank you, Professor Kantelinen. That was a wonderful presentation. In Hindi, on behalf of everyone, I say dhanyavad and thank you for the wonderful presentation. The major few takeaway points I found in your presentation, the educational system, when you were describing, we found that the preschool education through the age of 18 years, kind of falling in line with the way we have our system. But then the points where I thought I was curious to know more about is about the wide pedagogical qualification for different levels of educational system. What would that be in the curriculum? Because pedagogy is there when we say teacher education. So probably later I'll see through more of your studies and I'll find out, or I'll come back to you. And also I had read that the teachers are very highly qualified professional, highly respected, and also getting a seat in teacher education universities is very difficult. One has to really compete to get into the Finnish teacher education. And once becoming a teacher is a very big credit to a person. So there must be surely something that very special about your universities. I like the way you started to say, not knowing each other's language, yet we communicate. That's the way you started, and that's what it is. Communication always happens, and this is what we work when we work with children with special educational needs. Many of them may be nonverbal, many of them may not be understanding what you're trying to say, but we tend to reach out to them. Probably SNDT and Sujata will organize another session where you would talk about the inclusive education system in your country. Today we have not touched upon that, and we are curious to know more about that also. And another takeaway point I found in your presentation is the language learning in your schools are not studying about language, but it is play activities, joyful and creative. That's how the language is learned. I think that is another thing that we need to take with us, not to make language learning. India also has 3 languages. We learn in the school the English, the state or national language, and one more language. We also, all our children compulsorily learn 3 languages. Morning, you would have heard our Vice Chancellor, Chief Guest, saying that SWAYAM platform only has 9 languages, Indian material. You see, we have so many languages that she said 9 is too less is how she expressed it. So that's what we are facing in our country. And I think we should make language learning more joyful, playful, and creative. And the free high quality education, making sure children are picked up to the school to get their education if they are living far away from school is we are doing very, very well. See, I'm old, you look at me, I'm nearing 70. And I've seen how our education system has grown to what it is today to give our children compulsory education is there in our constitution. And we have education as a fundamental right to our children. And considering the population, government is doing its best, private schools are doing their best. And that's not the best. We need to still do more to reach really the best. But there are these little takeaway points that I'm finding from your presentation. And the last one that you said, that the speaking, listening, writing, reading instead, focus on reception, production, interaction, and mediation is a way to communicate. I think these are excellent. And I realized time was too short. I didn't even realize until you asked how much time I have. You know, it went so well. Wonderful presentation, Professor Ritva Kantelinen. And thank you, Sujata, and the team for giving me this opportunity to be having this honor of chairing the session with Professor Kantelinen. We'll stay in touch, ma'am. We'll be calling you more to India in different fora to learn more from you. Thank you so much. Dhanyawad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
thank you,
Thank you.
Sujata, and your team for this opportunity. I don't want to take more time because the next session you have 3 more presentations.
Yes.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Narayan, for keeping us on the straight and narrow. So we are moving as we're moving along the schedule. And thank you, Professor Ritva, for that very interesting presentation. I just feel that we should start looking at the Finnish education system as the ideal system for all for how all countries should model their education policies on, and then the world would be a very, very different place. That's all. Thank you so much, Kitos and Tak.
Kiitos. It was my pleasure.
I'd like now to invite all the participants to please switch on their camera for a group photograph. While we're waiting for that to happen and the photographs being taken, Pankaj sir, if there are any instructions to be given, please go ahead.
Next assessment sheet will be links will be shared at 6 p.m. only. 6 p.m.
Okay, so please wait for the links to be shared at 6 p.m. They'll be shared in the WhatsApp group as well as in the Zoom chat here.
Thank you.
Okay, the pictures are done.
Thank you so much, Ukti.
Thank you.
All right. So it's time to take a very quick and a very brief bio break. It's been quite long since we've started. So if we can all just quickly take a break and come back in 3 minutes, we can still continue to be close to the schedule that we had actually planned. So 3 minutes time, a bio break. All right, everyone, time to be back. Sorry, we couldn't take a longer break, but maybe in a little while we could think about it. So assuming that everyone is back, I would now request our chairperson for our second plenary session for today, Dr. Phumi Vivaina. Dr. Vivaina is one of the most generous and approachable individuals I've ever known. A former professor and head of the Department of English, University of Mumbai, she currently plays a key role in creating global awareness on topics related to education and inclusion. Dr. Vivaina, ma'am, I request you to please set the ball rolling.
Thank you so much and delighted to be here. Thank you for the honor. And can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can't see you though.
Very well. I would like to see your beautiful face.
Yes, I have arranged for that. I mean,
yes, lovely, lovely.
So congratulations on this very, very important international conference. And as I said, honored to be invited to chair this session. I hope I do justice because special education is not my area in which I have much expertise, but I'll do my best. But I'm very, very curious to learn and to know more from our esteemed speaker today. I'll briefly introduce you to her. She is Dr. Maria Estrautapulu. Did I get it right? Did I get it right? The pronunciation.
Yes, you did it very right. And it's a difficult one. Yeah, you spell it very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So Dr. Maria is a PhD. She is an associate professor at the Department of Special Education, College of Education, United Arab Emirates University. She coordinates the graduate programs, master and PhD in special education. Her research interests are on assessment and diagnosis for children with emotional, behavioral, and developmental needs, developmental disorders, and intervention strategies for professionals and families. She is a member of the European Framework on Psychomotor Therapy for Children, EFP, and she's the author of 4 books and several research articles on children's behavior, education, and health. So since we are running a little behind time, I'm not going to take more time. I'm just going to hand over the mic metaphorically to Maria. Maria, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for this kind welcome. Thank you for all these kind words. You said it very well. I actually don't believe that everything you said I have already done or I'm doing at the moment at the university. So it's been a long journey since I started working and teaching and researching in the field of special education. I would like, first of all, to let's try to share my screen first, because I tried earlier and it was not possible. Probably now it is. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
That's good. That's really good. So hopefully you can see my screen and you can hear me. So I'm ready to start. Thank you so much. I would like to thank the committee of this conference, but I would like also to thank Professor Sujata, who approached me and invited me to participate in this nice conference, and it's my honor. Okay, as you have already said, I had a long journey in special education as a researcher, as an academic, and I have been in many different universities in Europe, mainly. I have worked with and collaborating with schools and universities in Greece, because I'm originally Greek. I have been to Belgium, and I was working as a research assistant with many different cases in the University Hospital of Gothenburg in Belgium. I have been as a senior lecturer in the United Kingdom, the University of BGU in Lincoln for more than 5 years in the special education department. And 2 years ago, I had an offer from UAE and the University of UAE here in Arab Emirates, and I moved here. I'm really excited about this post and about working in this university. I'm currently coordinating the special education programs, the graduate special education programs, master and PhD, and I'm also the head of the digital transformation committee, which means I'm involved in transforming the face-to-face courses, the classroom courses, which I'm really keen to teach, into a fully digital programs, especially for the master's and PhD levels. Today it's a great day for UAE, and I need to mention that 2nd of December is the National Day, so it's a great celebration day for the country and the whole nation. Just 50 years of this country, and it's really amazing how fast and dynamic is the changes in the country in terms of education, in terms of technology, in terms of engineering and architecture, with all these amazing buildings in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and everywhere. So is actually an example on if you want to build something and you have the best from all over the world, because they want the knowledge and the information globally, and you can proceed in a right way and you can make miracles. Well, although I'm really happy and represent the UAE University, today I'm going to present you one research work we did with my research team and my colleagues in Greece the previous year. So I am here at the university for 2 years, but last year I was trapped in Greece and doing online sessions with my students. But it was a very nice opportunity for me to be in my country, and I was asked by the Ministry of Education to take part in many workshops for parents, teachers, head teachers, principals in schools, special schools, mainstream schools, in order to help them with this difficult period, this transition from the real classroom setting into online teaching. So it was a very good moment, and I have the best people, the best research team in terms of colleagues there. And we start thinking that could be a good idea for this, take this opportunity to record the experiences of children with autism, but through the lens of the families. So through the lens of the mothers and the father, how they experience the whole situation, being trapped, being during the lockdown at home, but at the same time, they have to continue with the learning process. So you know better than me that during these 2 years, there have been many studies in the field of education, trying to approve or trying to see the benefits of this online learning. But all this, the majority of these studies are focusing on students without disabilities. So they say, what a wonderful way of in terms of the flexibility of the time, we can do it from home. It was fun in the beginning, to be honest, for all of us, it was fun. And we were flexible in terms of time, we were flexible in terms of location. You just need a very good internet connection and your laptop. So here we are. In terms of effective teaching pedagogy, so it was really it took that by surprise, most of the teachers, because not all of them were familiar with the technology, but they have to learn very fast. So they learn. They use videos, they use slides with audio. They try to use different kinds of techniques. They try to share innovative website, even physical education. I was really surprised when I saw some of my teachers, some of my colleagues trying to teach or to give some sessions on physical education through the websites and through the camera. It was like, oh my God, what they are doing. And it was fun. But that was really fun for children without disabilities. But what is happening in special education? That was another different chapter, and we have to see that. Everyone, including the policies, went there to support that. Yeah, the United Nations human rights or the national disability rights, all the policies and the laws are there to support that. Yes, we need to support. Yes, we want to support children. Yes, we want their safety. We want our children to be 100% safe, but we don't want to stop the procedure of learning, of teaching. They say, okay, we cannot ensure that children with autism especially cannot adapt their safety instruction. They cannot protect themselves from the coronavirus. They are not follow the rules. They are not wearing the mask. They are not following or keeping the social distances. So we need to protect them. So let's do it online. Yes, we all agree on that, but it was not easy. Distance learning can be challenging, and especially for children with autism. For those of you have experience working with children, with families in the spectrum, with an official diagnosis of autism or with having some symptoms of autism, you know that one of the challenges is their persistence on routines. So they want everything to be the same. It was a huge change in their lives. They wake up in the morning, that was from parents who were reporting during their interviews. You know what? They wake up in the morning, they are taking their bags, and they're wearing their jacket and waiting at the door to go to school. And they were really having meltdown, some of them, when you are trying to explain that this is not going to happen. And this is not going to happen, not only for today, but also for tomorrow and the day after, because it's for your safety. That was not very easy to understand. Even the high function children in the spectrum, that they could understand that, they didn't like it. It was really very stressful for this. It was something that changed their routines, give them elevated stress. They didn't know why this is happening. They couldn't understand why this is happening. They couldn't predict what is going to happen next. That was really very a huge source of anxiety for them. Then it was some of them, they have sensory overload problems. So when the teachers are trying to give them some videos to enjoy, it was not very fun. It was not very effective for them. And in the majority of these children, especially the children we include in our research, they have all of them coexisting hyperactivity and attention problems. So they couldn't focus. They couldn't sit for long in one seat in front of a screen, try to understand and try to participate and actually to be engaged, to be really actively involved. So we try to designed this research in order to explore the parents' experience on this distance learning process with their children. And our idea was to focus on the benefits, because there were benefits, of course, on the challenges, so there were problems and many, and to see if there are any recommendations, any ideas, how they can improve this overall experience. Because to be honest, you know, and I know, even if it's not anything for sure, that will be the future of our education. And we don't really like it. And every time we have a crisis like this, we will move to this situation. So we need to be prepared for the next time. We need to know how we can be better prepared. If we learn our lessons, if we are going to be more informed and better prepared for the next time. Okay, what about our sample? Okay, our sample, we decided to go through. Yeah, okay, I don't disagree. So the sample, we decided a research qualitative. We want to go through semi-structured interviews. We didn't want to just create a quick questionnaire, give it to some parent. That will be the easy way to do it, but we will not have all this information we really value through an interview. Because we want this interaction, we want this face-to-face experience with the parents. We want them not to talk about these specific topics, but to open their heart and talk with us, which is really what's happened, and it was so amazing. There was, I still remember one of my interviews. It was with one father. He was a doctor. He wanted to share with me the whole experience with the daughter, who was really a clever girl and high function. The one we used to call Asperger's, and in some cases and research and studies and books, we still call them Asperger's. So a high function with very good verbal skills, advanced verbal, however, with many, many challenges in her learning and in her interpersonal skills. So in that case, the father wanted to open his heart and talk with me, talk with us. He asked me to stop recording the interview, and he starts saying about so many interesting things he wants to share with us. And that was the most valuable part of this work. In general, we had a focus group. So we select 10 parents, 8 mothers and 2 fathers, who agreed to participate in these interviews and to share their experiences during this closed schools, during this lockdown period. We have a number of inclusive criteria for our students. So we need to have children that they have verbal skills. We want to include children and students that they are classified as high function students. Then they were attending special primary school in Greece, but they were able to attend and to participate through online learning procedures. This is a schematic representation of the experience. So in one table, we put all the obstacles from their responses at the end. And they are talking about the social life and interaction, and the clarity of instructors, the workload that the parents have, time conflicts, and parents' inexperience with technology. Not all of them were familiar with that. It was so difficult for them, especially from some mothers that didn't have the educational level, all the skills to help. The benefits, because there were benefits, of course, the education process continues. So we didn't stop it. So even in that case, they have one kind of continuing, see their teacher, the person they used to see every day in the class, some of their peers, other children. So we didn't stop it, and that was one of the benefits. They could work individually, so they could go back to the material and can work later on. It was quite flexible study hours and ability to watch again some of the recorded versions, some of the activities, and continue later. So that was some of the benefits they report. So when we asked them, okay, what was your idea? What is your suggestion? How we can actually improve this situation? They said that, okay, but blended learning could be better for children with ADHD. You could probably create and provide us with material to help the parents in advance. So don't push us into the ocean with the sharks just like that and suddenly, and we don't know how to swim. So give us an indication, send us some very simple instruction. Some of them, they say, we need some very easy training sessions for parents to give us some tips how we are going to do it. Okay, we want to do it, we want to help, but we don't know. Some of them are talking about a financial support, which is really very important. The government has to give some financial support. Not all parents. I was talking with one mother who said to me, okay, but I have 3 children and I have 1 computer and I'm working from home. How it's going to happen? Actually, that was a problem. So if they don't have the financial support to have separate individual tablets for each child or to download the material they need, this is actually can happen. Okay, it's quite, it's not realistic. Technical support, and sometimes flexibility with timing and task, because many of them, not to say all of them, they are working at the same time from home. So it was such a mess. Even the parents themselves faced difficulty, challenging to learn from distance. It was new for everyone, especially for the parents, and they were so helpless. One parent say, takes so much of the whole class to be all of us at the same time and ready to prepare that we cannot hear each other and we cannot hear due to technical issues. So they face so many technical issues, at least at the beginning of this. Some parents claim that they are overwhelmed. That was an extra stress for them. They have other children, younger children in the home. They have to work. I want to support my child, but I have husband, I have other children at home. The availability was something really very challenging. What most of the parents were mentioning about their work time, about the class times were conflicting. And the huge issue was stress, psychological stress. That was something I have, before the pandemic, work on and research in families having at least one child in the spectrum, how already these families have a psychological stress. And this is one of the area I'm really very keen and very interesting to research. And I have done some good research work and published articles on this. And also in my book about autism, The Enigma of Autism, I have 3 different chapters focusing on this, the psychological stress between the father and the mother and the whole system as a family, and the parents and the children, the other children. So how you can help, how you can support, how you can collaborate with them to help them with this change in their lives. Imagine now we have something more. We have stress during the online learning. They reported that they're really stressed. They get easily very nervous. They were body exhausted. So one of the mothers say, my son takes all my strength, makes me easily nervous. I'm doing my best to put him in front of the screen to sit and focus for the class. Oh, I get so tired doing so and so because of the attention problems they have, because they don't want to do it. And if they don't want to do it and they must do it, it's the stress goes to the parents. He really concentrated with the teacher. And when he asked him a question, he asked me to give him the answer. Also telling me that his friends will laugh at him. So that is a guilty. So the parents felt guilty that they need to help, they need to support their students, they need to support their children. So additional responsibilities also that were imposed by the quarantine. I feel a lot of stress and I always feel guilty. I blame myself every day and get angry if I miss one of his assignments and not finished. So the problem goes to the parents now, because the children had so many different things to manage, to help, to sort and to understand with the new procedure. But the parents were so stressed and were feeling so guilty to help. But at the same time, they were feeling so guilty not to support the other family members and not to support themselves. So it was like a circle of challenging experiences. How we can improve the experience? How to avoid future conflict between time, class time and their work? They say maybe it's better to make the time of the classes more flexible for the parents, for the teachers. Sometimes the same parents are also teachers, what they're going to do. We need to well train in advance to be benefit. From my experience, one of the fathers say, most of the class time is wasted trying to connect and communicate with the teacher. We need to learn how to cope with the technical issues during the class. So I could talk for long about this experience and about everything I have recorded, I have seen during this amazing experience with parents. But I will conclude with this specific work, focusing on the distance learning. So according to this specific research, according to this specific study, and because we are doing with my research team something similar here, communicating with families, again with children in the spectrum, and trying to see if there are differences and how they are perceiving the same subject here, the same problems, and if they're experiencing the same problems. We can say that distance learning can be challenging for children with autism and their parents, their family, due to their special characteristics. Challenging routine can result for anxiety and extra stress for the learners, but also for the family. The parents also indicated to the team time conflict between their work and their children classes, which was a very big challenges for them. So we need to take into consideration all the above. We need to see that these parents cannot substitute the teacher. The teachers has to help with a very brief in advance training to support the families, because the families are already have a lot of stress and they try to sort, and they have many challenges, and we cannot add above them another challenge, which is their responsibility about learning and especially the distance learning programs. So this is the reference of this study. It has been done in cooperation with the Early Years Department of the University of Ioannina in Greece, and the department from the Ministry of Special Education, the Greek Ministry of Special Education, and of course from my university. And recently has been published in the European Journal of Special Education Research. I can see the time. I want to thank you for listening. I want you, closing this session, to remember that it's our duty as academics, as researchers, but also as teachers or as professionals and as parents, to focus on the happiness of our children. And if you see this, I love this picture, say in Greek, happiness is a way of thinking. And you can see that the boy, the girl, which is first, doesn't take so much happiness from this first place, and see the other child who is third but so happy by participating in something. So happiness is a positive way of thinking, and this is something we have to teach to our students with or without disability. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maria. That was a very interesting presentation. And though you were specifically talking about the autistic child, a lot of it is, it rung true even of the regular children, because the sensory overload and the problems that parents encounter with regular children, of course, it's much more with the autistic child. So one can understand the anguish of parents with autistic children. So I think it was simple, linear, very lucid, and thank you for the presentation. So how much time do we have for questions, please? Organizers, Sujata and others, how much time do we have?
I think we can take the questions in the chat box and share with Maria later.
Sure.
Betty, am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I
Yes.
don't think we have time for questions,
Right.
but yeah, I would say that was a great presentation, and you could see how she was involved in the research, and the concerns are very similar here. That is what I wanted to highlight. You know, all our parents are going through the same challenges in this pandemic with the education of their child, whatever their disability may be. So more severe the disability is, more severe are the challenges that they face. So thank you, Maria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And one is also tempted to look at the rural child and places where we don't have connectivity.
Absolutely.
And parents are struggling to get the children to learn, because there is so much of investment in the children's learning at all levels and every strata of society. So it was a lovely, clear presentation. Thank you very much, Maria, on behalf of the participants today.
Lovely to be here.
And a big thank you to you.
You can see my email if you want any of the participants to contact me with this or with any kind of project, because we are running at the university at the same time many projects on autism and early diagnosis and assessment in early years, about the early signs about children with autism, how the parents, how the teachers, how the kindergarten teachers can see the warning signs as soon as possible and go for help and interventions.
Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless everyone.
I just want to say one thing, Maria. This is just the beginning of our association. So we are not going to let go of you.
No, thank you. Definitely, Sujata.
Yes,
Thank you
yes,
so much.
yes.
Take
Thank
care.
you. Thank
Bye.
you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vivina. That was for chairing the session so ably. We really appreciate you. And thank you, Dr. Maria, for that thought-provoking session. I hope I'm saying this correct. Sase Efristo. It's time now.
Very good. You said it very much. Efcharisto. Sukra for Yui culture. Efcharisto from Greece. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's quickly take a photograph, and it'll be time for us to move on to the next session. So please switch on your cameras, please.
Okay. Done. Okay. Thank you, Yukti.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye-bye, Kumi. Thank you so
Bye.
much. Thank
Very
you
good.
so very
Thank you,
much.
ma'am. Right, so we're moving closer and closer to the conclusion of day 2. Right now, I am very happy and honored to invite Dr. Aluka Guha to please chair the 3rd plenary session for today. Dr. Guha is the former chairperson, National Trust India, also a senior member in our field. Ma'am is very much active in the field and consults on various issues related to the changing scenario in education. Dr. Aluka, ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much, Betty. And I've been listening to all the speakers from the morning. There's so much connectivity across the world.
Yes.
And I must congratulate SNDT for bringing so many like-minded people to the table at the same time. It's a great opportunity. My pleasure in introducing Dr. Rinchen Dorji. Dr. Dorji, are you there?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
I've had the pleasure of visiting Bhutan and looking at a situation review of the education system by WHO. Yes.
Oh.
And I am very, very impressed, not only with your health system, but also your education system and of course, the happiness index. So I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Dorji, who has moved from being a teacher to a teacher educator. It's a journey that many of us on this platform have taken. And he is also the B.Ed program leader for the Bachelor of Education in Research and Industrial Linkages. He's the program manager for a project which sounds very interesting, program manager for support to teacher education called STEP, S-T-E-P. I think it's funded by the Canadian CEDA program, and program coordinator for EMED in leadership and management. He's also a curriculum officer in the Vice Chancellor's office in Thimphu. He specializes in some other things which I must mention, which is mindfulness, meditation, and spirituality in teacher morale and motivation. Now, these are not just things that tell you about Dr. Dorji. It also tells you about the country that is Bhutan, tells you about the government in Bhutan and the Royal Highnesses there. The way they look at life, what are the indexes?
Sorry, we have lost...
Sorry?
Dr. Dorji, are you back? No, he's not. However, what I was trying to say is that this shows everybody not only a lot about Dr. Dorji himself, but the government of Bhutan, the Royal Highnesses in Bhutan, and what they think are the most important markers in life, which is health and education, which is completely free in Bhutan, and which even if someone wants to go to Harvard and has managed to get admission to do so, is completely free. And this was mentioned by the lady who talked about language in Finland, and how even a doctoral program is completely free. So a great and grand welcome to our very dear neighbor from a very dear country, Dr. Rinchen Dorji. We're looking forward to your presentation.
We've just missed him. I think he's lost the connection.
Okay.
I just hope he's back soon, but it's really an honor to have him because we interacted in a project with Tata Institute of Social Sciences with him, and he just amazed us with his intellect and the kind of work he does. So we thought it was really nice of him to accept our invitation and share what they do with education, and particularly during this time of pandemic, in Bhutan. So I really feel immense gratitude because he's, again, like all senior professionals, very, very busy. So it was very difficult to, get him to say yes, though he wanted to, but to get that time. So yeah. I'm grateful, but I think he's not able to log in still. So he's missing on our warm welcome to him.
And the good thing about, many other things apart, the good thing about Bhutan is that other than the happiness index, one of the markers of that happiness index is education.
Yes.
And health. These obviously bring about happiness, and thus this measuring of happiness index is kept with a very important ministry which is attached to His Royal Highness, the King of Bhutan. So he and his wife, the Queen of Bhutan, they take very special interest in disability. In fact, she is probably the most important nodal person in terms of all the disability programs in Bhutan, whether they are NGOs or they are government funded programs. And there aren't that many of them, but whatever is there is very good quality, very high quality, and a lot of linkages between government and non-government programs. That happens when you have a very positive political will.
Yes, will, absolutely.
Which is something we see in Bangladesh. The Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, her daughter is a psychologist. So she takes this enormous interest in autism and other neurodevelopmental disabilities. They actually have 21 ministries working together in a strategically linked action plan only on neurodevelopmental disabilities.
Wow.
And the Prime Minister sends out greeting cards on New Year's and Eid, only those cards which are made by children with disabilities.
Wow.
So look at the kind of what kind of message it sends.
Yes.
And she buys the paintings from them, and they then put into cards, and she circulates it across the world, not just within Bangladesh, but everywhere else. I've had the pleasure of working in Bangladesh for 5 long years, and it's an amazing kind of work from early childhood to higher institutes of education. There's physical accessibility may not always be there, but a lot of curricular access or a lot of empowerment in terms of supporting kids with differences and diversity. So I was just thinking, Betty and Sujata, if Dr. Dorji is not back, would you like to look at, he's back?
Just back, yes.
Okay, great. But it was nice listening to your experiences, Alokadi. Thank you for sharing them with us.
My pleasure.
Imagine your wealth of experience. And unfortunately, we don't have anybody from Bangladesh in this conference, but we'll definitely try to look for somebody next time. Dorji sir is there. Dr.
I'm
Dorji.
sorry, I just somehow got disconnected. Looks like it was my internet connection.
No problem. You missed out
Sorry.
on the warm welcome by our very revered personality, Dr. Aloka Guha. Maybe she can summarize in a couple of lines.
I've already introduced you, Dr. Doji, and we are very eagerly looking forward to your presentation.
Yes.
Can I share my slides from here?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Just trying to, just a minute, okay. Just trying to figure out,
No issues, no issues. Otherwise, you could ask our faculty to share your
I
screen.
have my presentation here.
All
Okay.
right, all right.
Okay. Or maybe,
Yeah, maybe our faculty can share your presentation. Is that okay? Yeah, that will be
it
better.
could be okay.
Yes, she's already started presenting. There you go.
All right.
There we go. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Aloka, for the kind introduction, and good evening and namaste to all the esteemed participants of this conference session, and warm greetings to all of the participants from Samsi College of Education. That's the college where I currently work, and from Bhutan and the people of Bhutan. Greetings to all of you. Before I begin, my sincere thanks to Professor Sujata Ban and her colleagues for inviting me to be part of this very prestigious conference, International Conference in Education on the theme Global Challenges in Education, Resilience and Reinvention, which is a very apt theme for this kind of conference, especially at a time when the whole world is disrupted and destabilized by the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak. I, as a teacher educator, as an educational administrator, I cannot really think of a more apt theme and a more apt time to have such an international conference focused on inclusive education deliberations, especially on the eve of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, which is tomorrow. I think this is the right time to have such a intellectual meet and discussion on inclusive education. With this, I would like to welcome all the participants to my presentation titled as Education in Bhutan, Bracing Through the COVID-19 Pandemic. My presentation is going to be about the general education and how Bhutan has been able to brace through the disruptions that the COVID-19 has caused in our education system for the last almost 2 years. But wherever applicable, I'm going to also draw connections to inclusive education and education of children with special needs. Next slide, please. So this is going to be the outline of my presentation. For those of you who do not really know much about Bhutan, giving a brief context and background of the country and the where the education system sits would be very useful. I will be talking about the history of modern education in Bhutan, provide a very brief information about how the general education structure looks like, and then the COVID-19 pandemic in Bhutan, education in the midst of this COVID-19 disruptions, challenges of teaching and learning during the COVID-19 pandemic, and then the general education opportunities and challenges that we see here in Bhutan. Next one, please. So for those of you who do not really know much about Bhutan, Bhutan is, this is where I am currently, talking from, Samsi. My college is located in the southern west part of the country, and Bhutan, for those of you who do not really know much about Bhutan, we are situated right between India and China, China bordering the northern part of the country, and the rest of the parts of the country bordered by our good friend India. The size of the country is 38,394 square kilometers, to be very precise, with a projected population of over 750,000 people. Next. Bhutan, for many people who knows us at the international level, we are known, Bhutan is known to the international, at an international level through a very unique development philosophy that we pursue called the gross national happiness. Gross national happiness as a development philosophy was coined by our fourth hereditary monarch, King Jigme Singye Wangchuck, who is the father of the present king. So this GNH as a development philosophy was coined in the early 1970s, when our fourth king actually ascended the throne. As a development philosophy, GNH is considered or looked upon as a very humanistic development philosophy that places more importance on the happiness or the emotional well-being of our people over the gross domestic product or the economic prosperity of the country, which is the usual yardstick that is used to measure the progress of a country. Next, please. So gross national happiness as a philosophy of development is composed of four pillars, four key pillars, which are sustainable and equitable socio-economic development, conservation of the environment, preservation and promotion of culture, and good governance. Further, these four pillars of GNH, next slide please. The four pillars are further supported or subdivided into 9 different domains and 33 different indicators. The 9 domains are psychological well-being, health, time use, education, cultural diversity and resilience, good governance, community vitality, ecological diversity and resilience, and the living standards. And each of these 9 domains are further subdivided into indicators, which altogether makes up 33 indicators, which are also used as an indices to measure the happiness and the well-being of the people in the country. Next, please. So when it comes to the history of modern education in Bhutan, prior to the start of the modern education designed along the Western model of education, monastic education was primarily dominant prior to 1914. So the history and our official accounts and records says that the first Western model of modern education, modern school, was built sometime in the 1914 during the reign of the first king. Then after that, the real impetus or the actual growth and development of modern Western styled form of education gained its real impetus in the early 1960s, when Bhutan actually started the first 5-year plan development programs during the reign of our third king, late His Majesty King Jigme Dorje Wangchuck. And ever since then, the modern education system in the country has grown. And initially, Bhutan used to, rely very heavily, especially the education and in educating the children in the school system. We used to rely very heavily on teachers who were imported from India, our neighboring country, India. And I, as a young student, most of the teachers who taught me in the schools were mostly teachers from India. Now, ever since 1960, 1980s, in the 1980s, the Bhutanese education system started Bhutanization of the school curriculum, but at the same time, Bhutanizing the teachers in the school system. Next slide, please. So this is the general structure of education that we have in the country at the moment. General education in Bhutan consists of six years of primary education with 1 year of pre-primary education that is not included in the general official 6 years of primary education. Then the next in the secondary education consists of another 6 years of secondary education, where classes or grades 7 and 8 are considered as lower secondary, then 9 and 10 are considered as middle secondary, and that 11 and 12 are considered as higher secondary education, with 4 years of tertiary education. Altogether, formal education or formal schooling of 17 years of education, excluding 1 year of pre-primary and the early childhood care development that young children go through before they actually get into pre-primary schooling. Next one, please. When it comes to tertiary education in Bhutan, the history of tertiary education is very, very young, actually. Tertiary education is provided by mainly 5 different institutions. The Royal University of Bhutan, established in 2003, is the biggest institution that offers tertiary education in the country. The Royal University of Bhutan operates as a federated system, federated university, where the 11 colleges are scattered and spread across the different parts of the country. And we have a university secretariat office here in Thimphu, in capital city Thimphu, who actually serves as the secretariat of the Royal University of Bhutan, and the different colleges are scattered across the different parts of the country. The Gesar Gyalpo University of Medical Sciences of Bhutan caters for tertiary education in the field of nursing, medicine, and public health. And the Jigme Singye Wangchuk Law School, which is named after the 4th king, who is credited to have coined the cross-national happiness development philosophy. This law school, or the law college, caters for legal studies in higher education. Sorry, and the next one, can we go back to the earlier? Okay, and the Tango University of Buddhist Studies caters for higher education in Buddhist studies. And we have the Royal Institute of Management, which is very much a government-supported higher education institution that caters for higher education in the area of public policy and management for civil servants or public servants. Next one, please. Thank you. So, COVID-19 pandemic outbreak in Bhutan. Bhutan witnessed the first COVID positive case on March 6, 2020, where a 76-year-old American tourist was detected with a COVID positive case. This American tourist had traveled to Bhutan via India, where he had spent about a month in India and traveled to Bhutan. And on March 6th, the 76-year-old American tourist was detected with the COVID-19 positive case. Ever since the March 2020, Bhutan, as a country, we had seen a total of 34 days of nationwide lockdown at 2 different phases, one in August and the other one in December and January 2021. December 2022 from December 23rd to January 4, 2021. Besides this 34 days of nationwide lockdown at 2 different phases, we had strategic lockdowns with zoning followed across the different parts of the country, with more frequent lockdowns in high-risk southern border towns. And Samsi College of Education, where I work, is located right next to the West Bengal, state of West Bengal, and we have been experiencing much more frequent lockdowns than the other parts of the country. We still have movement restrictions because we are considered as a high risk zone. I have to travel from Samsi to the other parts of the country, I have to undergo 1 week of quarantine in the quarantine before I make my travels. Next one, please. COVID-19 updates as of today. We have had 2,640 positive confirmed cases of COVID cases in the country. As of yesterday, we still have 14 active cases, which are all imported. We have people traveling into Bhutan, especially from neighboring India, to work in the construction sector. And when they come here to work in the construction sector, and other expatriates traveling into the country from outside Bhutan, they have to get tested, and most of these cases are detected through that screening procedures. We have had 3 deaths due to COVID, but all these 3 people who have died had pre-existing medical conditions. So we cannot fully ascribe that death to COVID as such also. Out of 2,640, we have recovery of recovery cases where 2,623 people have recovered so far. Just to mention that of the eligible population, we have vaccinated above more than 95% of the eligible population of 95% of people eligible for vaccine, COVID vaccine in the last few months. Next one, please. So education amidst COVID-19 pandemic. I know I've seen that Professor Richard Ross earlier talking about how education has been disrupted. I think when I listened to his presentation, I was just trying to think of my presentation and the presentation that I had prepared, and I think most of the factors that he talked about are something that are universally applicable across all cultures, all education systems. In Bhutan, how have we tried to cope in terms of educating our young children in the midst of this COVID-19 pandemic outbreak in the country? We have tried to promote the use of blended learning, technology enhanced or technology enabled teaching and learning in the school. The day there was a detection of the first positive case in the country, most of the schools had to be immediately closed because of the risks involved in spreading the COVID virus in the country. Once the schools were closed, we immediately started off with by promoting or encouraging teachers in the schools to follow or adopt blended learning, use ICT to deliver online teaching and learning. Teacher skilling programs in the use of online learning platforms such as Google Classroom, which was popularly used in the school system by school teachers, especially in the tertiary education system, tertiary education in the country. Our higher education academics are not very new to online teaching, because for more than a decade we have been using Moodle as a learning management system to deliver online teaching and learning. So, but still we had to reskill and upskill, reskill our higher education academics knowledge and skills of using ICT as a tool for teaching and learning during the COVID pandemic. Use of social media apps or sharing of teaching and learning resources, and assigning student tasks were followed by teachers in the school. Adapted or new normal curriculum or education in emergencies curriculum that was developed by the the Royal Education Council, which is now renamed as the Department of Curriculum and Professional Development. At the same time, when COVID pandemic hit the schools and the schools had to be closed, and we had situations where some of the students, when we had one place in the country which is the main trading center, and that is located right at the border of one of the Indian satellite towns, where schools had to be closed for around 5 to 6 months at the beginning of this year. And for those places, the students had to be relocated to other places. And and when we had to do this one, there were issues where children needed a lot of counseling or support services in terms of counseling to make sure that their mental health issues or emotional health issues are looked into very well. So there was, and the Ministry of Education, through the Department of Counseling Division, beefed up the counseling services to make counseling services more accessible. In our college here, we made online counseling services available and accessible to our students, our faculty members, staff, and the community people here in the district. Next slide, please. So as a college, one of the colleges of education that trains teachers here in the country. In Bhutan, we have 2 colleges of education. Samtsi College of Education, where I work, is a college that trains secondary school teachers. We have another college of education located in the north that is specialized more in training primary school teachers. And the moment we saw the closure of the schools and the need for school teachers, the demand for the school teachers to adopt and follow online teaching, our teacher educators here in the college, in my college, organized a webinar titled as The Promise of ICTizing Education, Making Online Teaching and Learning More Engaging, Interactive and Immersive, where our teacher educators actually introduced to the teachers across the school system in the country, introduced them and familiarized them to the use of some basic fundamental online ICT tools that could be used to make teaching and learning much more engaging, interactive and immersive. Next slide, please. For our teacher educators, this is a scene from our college. These are teacher educators. Our teacher educators are quite conversant and comfortable using online teaching learning tools to deliver online teaching. However, when we had to conduct online examinations, most of our people, because we had never conducted online examinations before, so we ran a series of in-house professional development courses for our own teacher educators. And this is a scene where we had offered them an online, an in-house PD program to conduct online examination using e-proctoring tools to invigilate the students' exams. Next one, please. At the school level, the Ministry of Education, after we realized that COVID-19 was there to stay for a longer period of time, the Ministry of Education, through some teacher volunteers, got together, mobilized resources, and took an initiative to do a tele-teaching and learning, tele-education in the wake of COVID-19 in the country, where volunteer teachers got together, planned lesson together, and delivered tele-teaching via the only television broadcast channel that we have in the country. So one of the Bhutan Broadcasting Television Corporation is the only broadcasting television network that we have in the country, and they created one television channel solely dedicated for this tele-education during the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak in the country. Next. this is a scene where children in rural communities had gathered to attend a tele-teaching on a national television broadcast channel. And just for the information of the participants here, not all the rural communities or families in the rural communities own a television. You can see that this television looks quite old. And COVID-19 was also a time where it helped to bring people together, show their solidarity and support for one another. And if you look at these children came from different families in a rural community. And those families who owned, who had the financial capacity to own a television, invited children from other families who did not own such facilities to come to their homes with an adult supervision to attend the tele education delivered through the television broadcast channel. Next, please. The school teachers, through the support of the Ministry of Education and the government, when schools had to be closed for a longer period of time, for months, we were quite concerned about the young children remaining idle, disengaged, and losing in terms of their learning and education. And what the Ministry of Education and the schools immediately did, they looked at the curriculum, devised curriculum in emergencies, devised curriculum to screen and rationalize the curriculum, the normal curriculum that is offered during the normal times, and created student learning materials, handbooks, self-instructional materials, and delivered those handbooks and self-instructional materials to the students' homes so that students could at least do some learning on their own through this self-instructional materials. So this is a scene where teachers are seen working to develop the self-instructional materials, and the students happily showing off the materials that they have. Next, please. This is a student in a remote community learning through self-instructional materials. This is a shed that is normally constructed to guard your fields from the crops in the field from wild animals. So probably this young boy must have been doing a multitasking role, learning through self-instructional materials delivered by the school for engagement, but at the same time guarding the crops in his field from wild animals during the closure of the schools during the COVID-19 time. Next, please. Another example of a girl with a self-instructional material. In fact, we have had many challenges, but at the same time, COVID-19 has also taught us to be more creative. It has taught us to be more innovative, think out of the box from the usual ways of doing things, and still manage to reach some of the unreached population in the rural communities through the self-instructional materials and other self-help handbooks that the teachers designed to help the students in their learning. Next, please, sir. I was really when the only public broadcast television channel broadcasted this news, I was so touched in seeing teachers walking on foot for hours into the villages, taking students learning to their doorsteps when the schools were closed during the pandemic hit the country. And this is a scene where one of the teachers had walked to the rural communities, to the villages, to the children's homes, and taking time to teach when the schools were officially closed. And there is a quote from one of the teachers who had said, "We feel the children's struggle due to school closure." And these were some of the means of taking learning to children's doorstep when the schools had to be closed during the COVID pandemic period. Next, please. Challenges. There were many challenges, but I've tried to capture some of the key challenges, which might be again very universal and applicable across many developing countries, school or education systems across many developing countries. Poor and expensive internet connectivity. We have in the urban communities, the internet connectivity is very good, but at the same, however, the internet connectivity here in Bhutan, is very expensive, and especially people in the people who are not very financially stable had the difficulty of being able to afford for easy access to internet connectivity for online teaching and learning. Access to ICT devices and gadgets was a challenge for children, especially in the rural communities. There were some very encouraging, inspiring, stories in the rural schools and rural communities, where some of the school teachers in the schools had gathered together to raise funds through their own salaries to help students buy ICT gadgets and smartphones to enable them to be able to access to online teaching and learning during this very hard and difficult times. The parental guidance and attention to children's online learning was seen as another challenge, especially those parents who did not have any literacy level or education. Sorry, did we lose the presentation?
Just briefly, it's coming back on, sir.
Sorry. So, especially those parents, in the rural communities who do not really know much about maybe a few slides earlier. They had this one. Yes, they had the difficulty in guiding their children learning because they had to tend to their farm work also. So such pre-primary school children's capacity to cope with e-learning was an issue pointed out by parents as well as teachers in the schools. Inadequate ICT skills and knowledge of both teachers and students to cope with online learning, vulnerability to promote online learning, to access online resources for online learning during this COVID pandemic period. Most of the parents made efforts to provide, electronic gadgets like ICT devices to access online learning materials, but at the same time, that also put the children at risk of online abuses and threats. The mountainous terrain and scattered settlements without mobile network in the country also pose some challenge in educating our children during the COVID-19 pandemic period. Next one, please. Next slide. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yukti, next slide, please.
Yeah, next slide.
Again,
sorry.
we lost connection.
Okay.
I think you'll have to take over. Maybe there is some
Yes.
connectivity issue at our end.
Okay, I think what I will, and for us, throughout, yeah, next one.
Next.
Throughout these very difficult times, of the closure of the schools, during the COVID-19 pandemic period, our country, like many other countries, had gone through a very difficult phase. Our economy is crippled. The education has been seriously disrupted. But one thing that has kept the Bhutanese people going, one thing that has made the Bhutanese people, resilient enough to be able to, be patient and tolerant and fight this pandemic was our king. The person right in the middle that you see is our king. Ever since the day one, when COVID positive case was detected in the country, the king had never stayed in his palace with peace. He had toured around the country, every nook and corner of the country on foot. This is a scene from one of his visits in the easternmost part of the country, where he walked on foot, during the peak monsoon season, walked through leech-infested jungles and forest under the summer monsoon to, keep the people and the frontline workers motivated, but at the same time to check and make sure that our people across the remotest corners of the country still are educated and aware of the threat of the COVID virus, and to make sure that their welfare is looked after. And the person that you see on the right hand side is the Prime Minister of the country. The other one is the king's younger brother. So for us, we have been blessed. We have always had the blessings to have the benevolence, the love, the care, the compassion, the genuine care and the concern of the king, the selfless leadership of the kings all through the history of the country. And for all the Bhutanese, for us, the inspiration that we always derive from the throne has helped us to keep us going. The teachers in the schools have shown so much of resilience to be able to teach so that the impact the COVID-19 has had on children's education is mitigated and minimized solely through the inspiration that we have drawn from our king. Next one, please. We have always, I know that people will, in the history of the world, 2020 and 21, until the COVID, we managed to, eradicate COVID-19 virus. This will go into the world as the most infamous years of the humanity. But at the same time, as Professor Richard Rose shared in his presentation earlier,
Betty, we have still Dalton session. Are we running too late?
We are trying to look at the lessons that we can take from this period. So, the COVID-19 pandemic has reinforced the need to promote ICT-based teaching and learning. So this is what we are thinking now. Next, the last, so we have challenges, but we are also looking at the opportunities that we can see derive out from this difficult times. There is a government support and political will to improve and reform the education. Education has always received a high priority. Small country, small population and small system, things are doable. Support of international development partners, and Bhutan's education system is set to undergo a massive reform under the command of our king, and we have already started initiating the reform process. And COVID-19 has taught us a lesson to make sure that our education is much more resilient, dynamic, ever-changing, an education system that can adapt to the change of time and the needs of the time. With this, thank you very much. I think I'm sorry if I have gone too late into the in terms of time. Kadunche, and thank you.
Dr. Rinchen Dorji, it was a wonderful presentation, and I wish I could actually recap some of the items, very interesting stories and tidbits that you shared, but we wish you all the best in Bhutan, and we wish your king, His Royal Highness, a long life. So
thank you very much.
Inspire all the teachers. We are running way short of time, so I don't have the opportunity to recap what you've said, but everybody has thoroughly enjoyed your very inspiring presentation, which you presented straight from the heart. God bless you. God bless you, and I hope we will meet again sometime soon.
Yeah.
And we gave you not only good teachers in your early life, but we also gave you COVID.
No, but
from India.
No. What? We never look at this way, because even if it had not come from India, it would have come from other parts of the world. So for us, India is more than a neighbor to us. So we
Yes,
do not
you
look
are
at.
our closest friend and ally.
You know what? Okay, this American came from India, but for us, it was seen as a blessing, and our king had seen it as a blessing, because had he not alerted with that, the whole the country was alerted,
Right,
and we were put
absolutely.
on course to be more careful. So we never look at it that way. So don't worry. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dorji. God bless you.
Thank you.
Betty, over to you.
Betty, unmute.
I seem to keep forgetting to mute myself. Thank you so much, Dr. Guha and Professor Rinchan. It was a beautiful session, very heartwarming stories, and really makes you want to come and experience the place and
Yes.
experience the joy that
Yes.
is probably within the very air of Bhutan. And we really look forward to having that experience sometime.
Just keep your dreams alive.
Yes.
We'll make it happen.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
Kidinshela, and we hope to meet again and interact for a longer duration.
Yeah, yes.
So
It's
we'll
nice.
move on to the next session now. Right, before we do that, the photographs, please. So everyone, camera switched on.
We can hear some sounds in the background. So Betty, if you can mute everybody.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Yukti. Are we done?
Yes, we are done. We can move to the next session.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Okay, so we had planned a bio break just about now, but we're going to give that up and go on with the next session. We have with us today Professor Anupama Ahuja, Professor of Special Needs Education. She's also the head of International Relations Division, IRD, NCRT, India. We're really fortunate to be associated with MAM and NCRT. She has spearheaded the development of guidelines for e-content for children with special needs across the country. And currently, there is a rollout happening pan-India for this program for training with teachers from general education. Without any further delay, I invite Professor Ahuja to please take over the session.
Thank you very much, Betty. It's always a pleasure to be associated with your organization, and I draw a lot of I have a lot of good memories, and I draw a lot of inspiration from the work, the way it is conducted with both the head and the heart in place. So I am very happy to be chairing this session. And as the organizers have asked me, today evening, I will begin with an introduction to the speaker and invite her to make her presentation. As I do that, I want to just again tell all the viewers, do keep sending on the chat box some comments, questions, because we will take them from the audience and I'll direct them to the speaker. And of course, then we will, when we conclude the session, we'll do that, not in between. Do remember that. And I will start without much ado telling you about the speaker. Now, Professor Elizabeth Dalton, she is the resource person, and she's an adjunct professor at the University of Rhode Island in the US. She has over 40 years of experience in the field of special education, both teaching and supporting students with special needs, and also preparing teachers in special education and assistive technology, both at the pre-service and the in-service settings. You'll be all glad to know that she's been awarded an outstanding doctoral dissertation award in education not too long ago by Kappa Delta Pi International Honor Society in Education. And that was also by the University of Rhode Island. And the area was the relationship between assistive technology, state standards for teachers, assistive technology implementation, and student performance in the context of evidence-based practice. Dr. Dalton was a postdoctoral fellow in Universal Design for Learning Leadership at the Boston College at CAST. This was in 2010, and consults and presents nationally and internationally in an area which is very close to our hearts, that is the Universal Design for Learning, curriculum program development, and technology accessibility, most recently with educators in South Africa, in our country, and in the UAE, providing training in UDL and technology applications in person wherever possible, and of course online. Active in numerous professional educational organizations, she is well published in the field of education, like us all educators, and she has focused on UDL with a book, 6 chapters, and many, many, many published articles. So with this brief introduction, I will not come in the way of you and her. I will pass over the time and request her for her presentation, which I'm sure is going to add to your knowledge base, but also raise many questions in your mind and help you reflect on what you know and what more you need to know. So over to you now, Professor Elizabeth Dalton. Carry on with your presentation.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. I will share my screen now. Okay. And everyone can see that.
Yes.
Let me get to the slides themselves.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I truly enjoyed the prior presentation by the professor in Bhutan. I wish that the statistics in the US, where I am located, I'm located on the East Coast, about halfway between Boston and New York City. I wish that our statistics were as good in COVID as they are in Bhutan. I can say that very honestly. Well, it's my great pleasure today or this evening in India to present on these 2 topics on universal design for learning and technology. And I hope to help you to make the connections between these 2 areas that will be helpful to you in your practice. I was very pleased to be invited by my dear friends and colleagues, Dr. Sujata Ban and also Betty Abraham, with whom I've done work previously in teacher education there in India and online last year. So to talk a little bit about universal design for learning, in relation to other initiatives in education, it really is relatively new, just coming about in the early 1990s through the Center for Applied Special Technology, or CAST as it's known. But because of its unique design and its foundation in neuroscience, it really has a great potential to impact learning in a very positive and powerful way. And I'll be talking more about universal design for learning in just a moment. Its implementation is still really in the early stages, I believe, even though it has been around for about 30 years. It was first conceived, but of course, as with most things in education and other fields, it takes a long time to move from the conception to implementation. And fortunately, we are in implementation at this moment in time. And and more recently, implementation beyond the United States to global implementation. We are starting to see a much more data emerging in research that supports the power and the relevance of universal design for learning, especially in this time of movement towards greater technology and online learning. So basically, what is universal design for learning? I've identified really these three areas that you hear it talked about. So first of all, as a conceptual model, there are the three principles of universal design for learning that it's comprised of, and that really serves as a conceptual model for how to teach and how students learn. So that's one way that we hear UDL talked about. Another way, which is just really starting to be more explored, is asking the question, is universal design for learning really an instructional design theory? Does it fit the criteria of that? And you see the picture of Charles Ragliffe, who's a leader in instructional design theory. And I'm currently doing some work with colleagues in this particular area. But most commonly, we hear universal design for learning discussed as a curriculum design framework. And that's a small graphic of the actual framework that we'll be going more in depth into in a moment. But universal design for learning as a conceptual model and curriculum design framework is based in neuroscientific research of how the brain learns. And from the work and looking into this research by the researchers at the Center for Applied Special Technology at CAST back in the 1990s, they identified these three core principles upon which UDL is based. The first one being multiple means of representation, which helps to increase the recognition of information and learning. The second being multiple means of expression, which aids in expanding the strategies in which we use the information that's been received. And then multiple means of engagement. And this is where we are able to enhance the motivation and involvement of learning. And you see the pictures of the brain, and the areas in yellow are the areas that relate to these three core principles. Having done work in universal design for learning for quite a number of years, and coming from a background in special education, of course, I have a training in many different areas of relating to education. And one of my challenges was to think about how universal design for learning relates to the other things that I know as an educator. And here you see my own conceptual design with the umbrella representing universal design for learning, and that it is basically what I see as an umbrella concept, which can embrace all of these different approaches to learning and to education that give us other ideas about how we can approach instruction within the classroom. Of course, differentiated instruction from Tomlinson is widely known. Fernald's multisensory instruction has been around for many, many years, specifically in the area of learning disabilities. Gardner's multiple intelligences, of course, Bloom's taxonomy of learning. There is a relationship between universal design for learning and how it can be used to help to implement all of these different areas and approaches that you see here. And I hope that as we go forward, you can see how flexible and powerful that relationship is. Now, at the heart of universal design for learning is this idea of variation and the fact that learners are highly variable, but that this variation is not chaotic. So because of that, of course, every learner is unique, but that the learners share common predictable patterns of variability that are useful to consider when designing learning environments. And this is a quotation that comes from the most recent book by Ann Meyer, David Rose, and David Gordon on universal design for learning. And it really is at the heart, because if we accept this as the reality, that variation is the norm, but that it's not chaotic, then it allows us to be able to think about how we can move forward and design to address that variation for all learners within the classroom. So that's really at the heart of UDA. This is something that I like to talk about because I see it as helping us to consider the terms and the way that we think about the tasks and the challenges that we have in the classroom. So on the left of your screen, you'll see a list of the various activities and tasks that basically take place, that we expect to take place in the classroom, that students are asked to read, they're asked to listen, they're asked to write, they're asked to speak, to manipulate calculations, to remember concepts, and to remember procedures, and to solve problems. That's just some of the things. But when we think about universal design for learning and moving towards a more flexible way of addressing learning within the classroom, I think it's very helpful to think about moving our terminology from just reading or listening as the ways that we take that information is dealt with, to asking ourselves, what are the many ways that students can take in information beyond reading and just reading and listening? What are the various ways? What are the various ways that we can build into our instruction, ways that students can express the information that they've learned? What are the many ways that students can demonstrate an understanding of processes? How can they demonstrate in a variety of ways their understanding of various concepts and ideas, and show what they've learned through formats that are more personally accessible to them? And I believe that moving from the kind of one-way methods that you see on the left to the more flexible concepts and terms that you see on the right helps us to think about how we can broaden our the instruction that we design for within the classroom, from the start. So in order to be able to do that, we need to be thinking about what the variables are that support universal design for learning. And on the left, you see the list that I just talked about. In order to do these things, what can we use? So we can use auditory means. These are many of the variables that are available to us. We can use visual means. We can use tactile means, kinesthetic means, multi-sensory. We can blend these things together. We can use manipulatives, arts and music, other types of creative means, various types of outcome-based activities. Project-based learning is very, very big these days, and various technology supports. So we can think about all of these things as tools that then we can bring to our preparation in the classroom to help universal design for learning to be implemented. So now here I'm finally getting to that graphic about the curriculum design framework of universal design for learning. And I did talk about the three core principles, which you see across the top of this framework, provide multiple means of representation, multiple means of action and expression, multiple means of engagement. But it goes far beyond that, because what CAST did, the Center for Applied Special Technology, did was to develop these guidelines, which, so under each principle are three specific guidelines that help us to think about how we can move forward to organize our instruction to provide these for these three principles. And then each guideline goes deeper with guiding checkpoints that teachers can follow in order to be able to think about ways that they can carry out that particular guideline. And there's much more information about what goes into these guidelines and these checkpoints and these various principles that's available at the CAST website, www.cast.org, which is listed at the bottom. But this is basically the core structure of universal design for learning and its guidelines. And at the bottom, you see the goals for each one of the principles that by providing multiple means of representation, we seek to develop resourceful, knowledgeable learners of all of our students. We seek to develop strategic, goal-directed learners for all of our students, and also purposeful and motivated learners. So these are the ultimate goals we're striving for as we work through these various guidelines. But these guidelines have gone through some organizational development, particularly by CAST. And this is the most recent iteration of the guidelines, the UDL guidelines. And they're basically the same, except for the order. You see engagement listed first, except for, if you notice on the left, you'll see that there are levels of the guidelines that are identified: the access level, the build level, and the internalized level. And so that helps us to think about, okay, where do we really need to start in our planning and our use of universal design for learning to develop instruction within the classroom. And of course, we do need to have access first, but we can't stop there. We need to move through in order to build those skills, and then finally to help students to better internalize the skills through the guidelines of self-regulation, comprehension, and executive functions. So in addition to the guidelines, this is a very basic curriculum development model that it comes from CAST, starting with the goals that we have in the classroom. And then how do we achieve those goals? By varying the materials, the methods, and the assessments that we have in order to achieve these goals through universal design for learning. And in many of the presentations I've given, I talk about the fact that, so the goals are basically the same, essentially the same for all students within the classroom. They all need to reach the same goals as they're defined. However, how can we help the students to achieve those particular goals? We can do that through the variation of materials, methods, and assessments. So it's those areas that are flexible and that are our tools that we can work with. So now I get to the second area. How does technology fit in, and what is its relationship between universal design for learning with the universal design for learning and that curriculum model? So sometimes we hear technology talked about as the goal. The goal is to integrate technology and everything. But when we're thinking about technology in relation to UDL, technology is not the goal. The goal is the goal of the lesson, the instruction, the curriculum. Technology, so it doesn't serve as a goal, but does it serve as materials? Can it serve as materials? Absolutely, yes. We can integrate technology as many of the different materials that we use in order to vary the instruction we deliver in the classroom. Is technology a method? Yes, it can certainly be a method. The way that we integrate, universal design for learning and instruction within the classroom. And can it be assessment? Yes, it provides many various tools that we can use in relation to assessment. The previous instructor from Bhutan discussed technology in relation to assessment as well. So basically, technology is really a tool. It's not a goal unto itself, but it's a tool that we use in order to determine what we're going to use within the classroom, how we're going to do it, and the goal, and how we're going to be assessing or determining what the learning has been within the classroom. And it's a unique tool. Basically, it's defined as specific methods, materials, and devices that are used to solve practical problems. So basically, technology is related to function. Technology is tools that are related to carrying out particular functions and solving particular practical problems. So it's my simple definition for technology is specific tools for specific purposes. That's the broad definition of technology. Now, when we go deeper, we think about technology at a number of different levels. We have technologies that's at a low-tech level, and I've provided a couple of examples here of things that we can think of as technology, but they're really low-tech. Something like a basic graphic organizer or a basic visual schedule. It is a specific tool that meets a specific purpose, but it's not an electronic tool. It is basically, it bridges into that area of materials, right? Then there's a middle level of technology that I would say things like screen magnifiers and calculators and various kinds of switches fit into that. And then, of course, there's the level of high technology, which would be things like computers, text-to-speech, speech-to-text, or a specific dedicated communication devices. Those are just a few examples of the types of technologies that exist at that level. So why do we want to talk about technology? What does it bring us? And this is a slide that I've used for many years because it outlines the importance of technology within the field of education. Technology supports access. Basically, that's one of the most powerful things it can do. Because it can help us to vary what we do, it helps to support varied access. And technology transforms. It helps us to transform materials and information. In relation to universal design for learning, if we think back to the curriculum design framework that we talked about, is technology required for universal design for learning? No, we can vary things in ways. We can use other materials. We can use strategies to address universal design for learning. So it's not absolutely required in order for us to think about universal design for learning, but does technology help to implement universal design for learning? Absolutely. It can be such a powerful tool when we have access to it. Now, I know that especially around the world, there are many challenges that relate to technology. So that's why it's important to keep that first point in mind, that it's not absolutely required. We can vary our instruction and build that into our approach through the model of universal design for learning without technology, but when we have it, it provides that additional powerful tool, right? And so, and what does it do as a powerful tool? It can help us to manipulate and control the format of information. And as a special educator, as was talked about earlier, for more than 40 years now, that is powerful because we have students that need information in various formats. And through technology, it gives us the power to be able to change that format, to enhance it, to change the size, to change, the background, the color, to produce things in a way that is varied and appropriate to the individual. Also, it provides us many alternatives for access to the information, both low and high tech. And I talked about some of those examples just before, but it provides alternatives for access. And because it provides all that variation, it really can support multisensory instruction. And through COVID and a lot of online learning, we've seen the use of video instruction and multisensory supports. And of course, that's an example of how technology provides this. And it can support, much greater personal independence through the appropriate use and match of technologies, especially for students that have various types of disabilities. And I'll be going into a model for making those good matches between technology and individuals with disabilities in just a moment. This last point, though, is very important from my perspective and something I truly believe in, that educational technology and what we call assistive technology or technology for individuals with special needs really need to work together and exist together on a continuum of supports. It's not either educational technology or assistive technology. That technology exists along a continuum of supports, with assistive technology being, more supports that might have more bells and whistles for individuals with disabilities, but they need to be merged and work together with our general educational technologies in order to provide comprehensive support. So I urge you to consider technology as a continuum of supports. To talk a little bit specifically about assistive technology, however, this is information that comes from the special education law here in the United States that defines what assistive technology is an assistive technology device. And that's the other thing, is that the definition of assistive technology exists in two pieces, one for the devices themselves and the other for the services that go along with them. And in the field of assistive technology, it is absolutely impossible to talk about the devices without talking about the services, because they're critical for implementation. So an assistive technology device is any item, piece of equipment, or product system, whether acquired commercially off the shelf, modified, or customized, that's used to increase, maintain, or improve the functional capabilities of a child with a disability. That's the official definition from special education law of what an assistive device is. So as you can see, that's a very broad definition. So it's something that you could buy or be modified, or something that's developed in a customized way that either helps to increase the functions of the child, to maintain them, or to improve them, right? And then along with that are the various services services involved with evaluation, purchasing and leasing, selecting, designing. These are all of the various services that are that need to be provided within the educational system for educators and other support personnel and general education teachers, so that these various supports and assistive technologies for students with disabilities can be appropriately implemented and maintained within the system. So I wanted you to know about this. You may have similar laws and definitions within your country, or you may not, and this might be helpful in looking at having a goal to strive towards. Now, in terms of making decisions with regard to assistive technology, what you see here is something called the SET model for assistive technology decision-making. This was developed by an absolutely wonderful educator, Joy Zabala, who unfortunately recently passed away this summer. But she, in her doctoral work, she came up with this model, that for making decisions about and quality decisions in relation to assistive technology. But what I propose is that this model of decision-making is appropriate for all technologies, general educational technology too, as well. And it helps us to make quality and appropriate connections between technology and the other factors that exist within our classrooms. And the first one being to consider the student, right? What is the functional area of concern for that student? What does the student need to be able to do that's difficult or impossible to do independently at the time? And then what are the skills and abilities and special needs that they have? So to gather that information with regard to the student or students that we're considering. The second area is the environment. What is the arrangement of the environment? What kind of supports are already available? What are the materials that are consistently available? Do changes need to be made in the environment because of lack of accessibility and things like that? So we need to analyze the environment that we're talking about, whether it be in the classroom or the online environment, and then consider and identify what the resources are that can be used and what the barriers are that need to be addressed. So the student, the environment, and then to look at the specific tasks. What are the specific tasks or activities that occur in that environment that are going to support the student being able to move forward to achieve their goals? What are the specific tasks that are required for active involvement? And what are the critical elements of these tasks? So we're analyzing the student, the needs of the student, the resources and needs in the environment, the specifics of the tasks, and only then should we be making decisions about the tools that are then a good and appropriate match to those areas. And those, so we would select those specific tools and then follow through and implement them, try them out in the environment, observe the results, collect the data, and then determine if any adjustments need to be made or if that tool is definitely achieving what we wanted to achieve. And this information was taken from some resources that are available online through the Tech Access of Rhode Island Assistive Technology Center, actually, which I helped to get to found about 30 years ago. And there's a link there to more of the different fact sheets that are available to you. So there's many, many other good pieces of information there as well. So the SET framework, a great way to make decisions about assistive and other technologies. And this is a graphic of just a flow chart on assistive technology. The green areas are areas that would need to be addressed, and the blue areas are ones where assistive technology. Well, the green areas are ones where the results are appropriate and don't need to be changed, and the blue areas are the ones where decisions would need to be made and appropriate decisions made to address various barriers. But I thought it would be good for you to see kind of how that flow goes from consideration of assistive technology to developing an assistive technology plan. And you can go more in depth in this flow chart through the link that you have there, but it's just good to see kind of how those things are all connected. So to come back to universal design for learning and to make the connection with technology in a universally designed curriculum, in order to achieve multiple means of representation, we want to allow for various ways of acquiring information and knowledge. And in order to achieve multiple means of action and expression, how the student shows what they have learned, we want to find alternatives for how they demonstrate that knowledge. And in order to achieve multiple means of engagement within our instruction, we want to find ways that we can challenge appropriately the motivation and how we allow students to express and participate through their interests in instruction. And technology is one of the tools that we can use in order to be able to do those things. So to get to a few different examples, coming back to that basic curriculum model that we talked about earlier with the goal, methods, materials, and assessments, when we think about technology as a UDL materials tool, to be able to carry out the three principles there, what I've identified a couple of examples of how technology is available to do that. The first being the technologies that are available in educational technology through the National Center on Accessible Educational Materials. And this is a center that, even though it's called the National Center in the United States, you can access it through this link, the Accessible Educational Materials Center, and gain access to all of their guidelines and how accessible educational materials should be developed and designed, and what materials are available, the resources for them, and everything like that. And they also recently have many wonderful videos about how to move ahead in developing accessible educational materials. So that is one example of a great educational resource. In assistive technology, as I mentioned before, there is the Tech Access Center of Rhode Island. In the United States, pretty much every state has some type of an assistive technology support center, either in that state or available to it. Actually, Tech Access now serves the New England region in this area of assistive technology and provides many different materials. They actually have a center where teachers can come and take a look at materials there, various devices, learn in classrooms. And that's the type of model that I would hope could be developed in other countries as well. So you can access their materials there. As far as UDL as a methods tool to achieve these different principles, in educational technology, my example of methods, technology in relation to methods, are the WCAG guidelines, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. These are international standards for making web content accessible. You may very well be familiar with them because in this age of COVID, we've all had to think about how can we figure out how to make content accessible on the web. And these guidelines have been around for quite a while. They're constantly being upgraded to provide guidance. And the best way to work with them is to connect with your IT people as well, because they should be aware of them and can provide help in addressing the many ways to address these guidelines. At this particular moment in time, do I have time to show a very brief video? It's less than 2 minutes, because I'd really like you to see
Yes,
this.
I think if it's 2 minutes, please go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to escape from here, switch over. We're going to go to a video of a dear friend of mine, Jim Petrone, and you're going to see an example of how he uses eye gaze switch technology in order to communicate. And this video was taken in an augmentative and alternative communication class that I taught at the University of Rhode Island for quite a number of years. And I really think that this video is a great demonstration of the power of assistive technology. Actually, let me go back one last time. So I have to stop the share. Then I need to go to share my screen again so that you will be able to hear it. I tried this yesterday with a friend of mine, and I wanted to remember exactly how to do this. Okay, so here we go. Jim Petrone, using a dedicated augmentative communication device.
Good evening. My name is Jim Petrone. I have spent my entire life chasing technology to find my own voice. It is great to look out there and see so many people interested in learning more about assistive technology and speech pathology. It was not too long ago all I had was a board of words or a very simple one-button speech tool. It was all very primitive, and I found it was easier just not talking. It took a long time, but now I'm on my new device that tracks my eye movements, allowing me to type on the screen and have my thoughts read out loud. This has been a huge window to the world. For the first time in my life, I am now connected to the internet. I have the ability to email my family whenever I want, just to say hi or good night. Imagine for a second not being able to order your own food in a restaurant, ask for help when you need it, or even just enter a conversation that is about you. That is why it is so important and means so much to me just to look around and see all of you here. You can make a difference. Thank you.
Okay, so that's from that. Okay, so now I'll come back to my screen share. So I hope you enjoyed that video as much as I enjoy bearing it. Excuse me. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. So I think that really demonstrates the power that assistive technology can have as a method for carrying out the particular function of communication. Clearly, he's a user of multiple technologies, including mobility technologies. That was a pre-programmed speech. It probably took him several, maybe hours to develop that, and he's accessing it. But it allows him the independence and the opportunity to be to carry out those functions on his own, which is really the power of technology. To move on to just a few examples with regard to assessment in terms of educational technology. Many of you may be familiar with Mentimeter. It provides us with options for polling and other types of real-time assessments of feedback from students. And those types of tools are available. Oftentimes I've seen Jamboard, which is basically a program that provides, it's like where students can write sticky notes and provide feedback there. So those are some examples of a few of the ways that educational technology can be used to provide variations in assessment. But in terms of assistive technology, one of the things that we've worked on for many years here in the United States is the development of alternate assessments for students with significant cognitive disabilities that are in line with the state standards, but that are designed in a way that provide accessibility for these students. And information, if you would like to know more about that, information about these assessments and various resources with regard to them are available through the National Center on Educational Outcomes. So while many of these resources were developed and are available through sites in the United States, now they're available online, which again is that power of technology. And I hope that you'll find them helpful. Technology, we can think of technology in a tiered manner where many technologies are used for a broad group of individuals. This is the tiered model for response to intervention, where we have the whole class benefiting from core instruction on tier 1, tier 2, more targeted small group interventions for these at-risk students. And then tier 3, these would be the students with more complex support needs that would need more intensive supports. And technology, really can fit into that kind of a tiered model where, and also in relation to universal design for learning. In fact, in 2010, my friend Deb Abruzzini and I put together this model of the 3 core principles of UDL and how at level 1, we have technologies that all individuals can benefit from. Level 2, some individuals. And then at level 3, just a few individuals, but it's very important that we address their needs. So that's the basic idea. And then this is how we can apply that idea to the 2 specific principles and use various levels of technology. So by looking at just the multiple means of representation and the task of writing, and just 3 specific areas involved in the process of writing, we have all the students that we feel would benefit from these different low-tech technologies. Modeling with different colored markers, cutting paper into thirds to stay on a topic, graphic organizers, word walls. At the mid-level, for greater access, we have some students who might need to scan their writing with text-to-speech in order to help to develop the and listen to the punctuation. For staying on the topic, we might use word banks with various sentence starters or text-to-speech access for that. Or for spelling, we might use color-coded words, pictures with words, or text-to-speech. But then for other students that have more complex support needs, you see all the way over on the right, we might use scaffolding in order to identify those capital letters and punctuation with highlighting tape. We might use word prediction and linked with text-to-speech, story trip. Staying on the topic, also speech to text, and programs like Boardmaker, which help us to develop pictures and sentences, programs like Vizzle, which is another support program that's available. So this just gives you an idea of how you can begin to think about making those connections between a universal design for learning and its principles, specific tasks within the classroom, and then these various levels of technology, that would be needed by students that need different levels of supports. So I think that that's a helpful thing. So here you see just a bunch of different examples of different levels of technology. There's Braille, there's a speech device, there's computers, but there's also pencils and sticky notes, and also working with shaving cream on a tray. So these are all different ways that we can think about tools, technology as a tool to help carry out the particular functions within the classroom. And finally, I just wanted to share some resources with you from CAST. There's the book, the most recent book. It is an online textbook. It basically has lots of different examples of supports in it and ways to enhance learning within the reading. So if you're looking for a good resource on universal design for learning, this is an excellent resource. In addition to that, there is the book that a colleague and I helped to edit, which takes a look at universal access through inclusive instructional design and international perspectives on UDL. And there are actually several chapters in there that represent ideas from India, but from all around the world. We have chapters that give examples of universal design for learning, and particular, there's a particular section that talks specifically about technology supports. And at the higher education level, there is this excellent book that's available on international perspectives in transforming higher education through UDL, written by or edited by colleagues of mine, Sean Bracken and Katie Novak. And the links, resource links available on UDL, certainly the CAST's resource, but then also not only CAST, but also the UDL Implementation and Research Network goes beyond that to connect professional educators and many educators in higher education on how to move forward with UDL implementation and research. And they have an annual conference every year, which is really excellent. I think coming out of the spring. And for technology, the International Society for Technology and Education is a wonderful, wonderful resource. Been around for many, many years and really has so many opportunities to connect with others, in relation to technology and education. And then on assistive technology, this is actually the link for the quality indicators for assistive technology services that came from Joy Zavala's work. And they have not only online resources, but also an ongoing listserv discussion that was started basically 25, 30 years ago and is still going today, because it's basically ways that people can ask questions and get answers to their questions from colleagues around the world on issues of assistive technology. So that's a great resource for you. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you.
Professor Ahuja, you're on mute.
Background sound. Good evening. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Dalton, for this academic treat. It has been really a wonderful coverage of thoughts right from your explaining to the viewer what is the strength of UDL and moving on with all the array of resources and explaining to us the role of technology. We in India right now are at crossroads and a very interesting stage where the new education policy has just knocked on our doors after a wait of 35 years. So we are full to the brim in terms of looking at the policy, which talks about revamping the pedagogy in the classroom, literally, and using technology, but using technology safely. And it cautions us both for the positives and the dangers of use of technology, and how you have taken us through the entire spectrum of how we can look at assistive technology and also high technology solutions that are available. I think if we really study the resources you have given us and the explanations, they will stand us in good stead. We will be looking at our policy as a nation now and working on a national curriculum framework, which will emerge from the states. And from the national curriculum framework, we are going to work on the curriculum, the syllabus, and the textbooks. So you see how vast, how it's at the right time that we are getting thoughts from various conferences. We are on the pick of looking for real, gems and picking them and putting them in the right place so that the large spectrum of teachers in our country can really stand up, pull up their socks and reflect on what they are doing. We are not asking them to throw what they have done, or put it aside, but how to build on what they have done. And we also acknowledge that a lot has been done. The numbers in our classrooms are large. Diversity is growing. Teachers, we have not been able to give them enough pre-service training. Neither have in some places, educational levels of teachers still are wanting. So it's a diverse spectrum of needs of the school systems in which UDL really is going to be a fresh breath for the entire education system. I and Sujata have worked on some pioneering work in our country, and we have tried to work on UDL using both technology and print material and produce some exemplars for the nation to look at. And these have proved to be very valuable insights for teachers when they said, oh, it's really a use of a little bit of common sense, And when you hear something like that, it's extremely heartening, Especially also you made that comment, it's in the variation, it's not really chaotic. You have to draw out, your own steps to take forward. And that, I think, we will reflect on your presentation for a long time, look at the details that have been given, study it, and probably come back knocking to you for more for our system, because it's at a crossroad in terms of, as I said, very strongly and very cautiously using the word revamp the system, So thank you very much. I am looking at the chats. There have been lots of positive comments as you have prodded along during your presentation. If there is one or two comments that people would like to make, or one or two questions, I'm afraid time does not permit me to allow more because it is getting a little late. So over to the participants. I'm sure you can get in touch with her. You can talk to her over the mail, you know, the interaction. I mean, it's the beginning of a continuous interaction as I look at it. And I take the liberty of saying that on your behalf, Professor Dalton. I'm sure you're not going to, you're going to entertain their doubts and questions and reflections. So 1 or 2 comments, please, over to the, yes, I hear very informative, creatively done. As I said, I was looking at the chat box, there have been an array of positive comments. So,
I see them popping up at the bottom of my screen, so I do appreciate that. I try to adjust my presentations to what I see as what I project as being the interests and the needs of the audience that I'm working with. And I just want to say that everyone faces the challenge of needing to learn more, and we all need to be nimble, right? We all need to be nimble educators to recognize that it's okay not to know all of those pieces. But that's why I like to provide the resources so that people, as they have the time, they need that information, they can go and get it. And I hope at the university level, these will be helpful to you as well. And it's exciting to hear about the point at which India is in terms of developing these guidelines, you know, for the states and the country. And I'm not surprised, because we're seeing universal design for learning and an interest in inclusive education expanding all over the world. You know, we see them in the Sustainable Development Goals. We see them in so many different ways. And I really enjoy the fact that it's finally starting to get, the conversation is finally starting to be, how can we work to do these things? So,
and a few decades ago, that was a dream for people like you and me when we were in the
technology helps with that. Technology helps with us being able to communicate. I'm sitting here in my office in Rhode Island in the United States talking with you all, and that's actually been a wonderful outcome of COVID. It's put us closer together around the world. So I do hope that will continue. Yes.
Absolutely, and without any cost. You know, the money is used in education and not in our travels.
Yes.
So thank you very much indeed. And I thank the organizers for inviting us for this session. And I now hand over to the organizers for taking forward this evening. Thank you very much, Professor Dalton, for your session.
Big thank you, Professor Dalton. A big thank you. Really appreciate your time, your effort, and your lucid, wonderful, wonderful presentation. Very, very informative. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Ahuja, for your enthusiasm and boundless energy. As always, it's added more value to the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Dalton, thank you for enlightening us further on UDL. I truly appreciate the perspective of UDL being an umbrella term, bringing under it various ideologies and methodologies, catering to each of the 3 principles of UDL. Thank you for sharing it with us. And we really look forward to learning more from you over the course of time. All right, everyone. It's time for the final photograph of the day. So if you could all please switch on your cameras.
I read it's Dr. Ahuja's birthday today.
Yes, a little birdie just tweeted.
Thank you. I'm only 64 years young.
A very, very happy birthday, Anupam ji. Wonderful.
Happy birthday, ma'am.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Great.
God bless.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Dr. Ahuja.
Thank you very much, Aloka ji. Thank you.
All right. Starting with the pictures. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. All right. Just a moment. Just one more.
We've really exceeded our time today, but the time just flew. So I'm really thankful to the participants who have just, they're clinging on. They didn't want to leave. Wonderful sessions. Wonderful. Thank you so much, participants, also.
Yeah, just 2 more screens to go. I'll just request participants to please not post any messages in the chat box right now. It just comes up in the picture.
Okay, we can crop it, don't worry.
All right, while I'm clearing the last shot, please do continue to share your questions in the chat, or you can share them in the WhatsApp group or Telegram group. We'll make sure that the questions are passed on to the resource people for today. And we'll set up a Google Doc so that the responses can be shared with you and it remains accessible to all of us. So thank you for that. That is the end of today. So that's day 2 done and dusted. We have 2 more days to go. Please remember, tomorrow the session starts only at 2:45, not at 1:30 or 2. It's 2:45. So we will see you at 2:45, and of course, so the session's ending around 6-ish or so. That's it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all the speakers today. It was a true pleasure and a day filled with truly new learnings, enlightenment, knowledge, all of that. And participants, you've been really, really wonderful. Thank you for all your cooperation and support. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow afternoon at 2:45.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your wishes, and bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we take your leave. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. 2 minutes. Thank you, Nirali.
मैम
हाँ जी
मैम लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग बंद करना है, आपने कहा था कल याद